No fucking. Cool. Bitch. There we go. All set. Okay. What's your next? What? What? How? Okay. It's like a lot of people. You watch it. I'll be government. Watch it's like they unblock my video just so that like government can like fucking be like, yeah, let her say all the hate speech she wants. Okay. Doesn't look nearly as good from this angle. Okay. All right. Let's make food. I'm starving to death. This hat is very itchy. Oh god, it's so cold. Ah. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I hurt my finger. So yeah, I'm cutting it on a can. Okay. How? What has become of me? What has become of me? I don't know what has become of you. I turned into a social media whore. Are you? No. Don't even make money. I know, right? Oh, you can't be the worst hooker ever. Okay, it just like went down. So Kilo said he's homeless.
Well, when he's homeless, it means that he's probably just couch surfing and that is not home. He's not gonna have that's interesting.
I doubt it. I thought he had an apartment nearby. Like, I thought he moved into the apartment that he was at before he came to Fatal. What? Yay! A boyfriend that actually follows through. My boyfriend actually follows through. He gets off crack. This crack is wiggity whack. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're just going to stand in front of this thing. We're going to rotate. This is what we do now. Okay.
Well, if you're wondering why I seem off a little bit, it's just because the upcoming build, the old build, and the fact that it's not snowing and not working on Monday. It's just
I can start hooking. Ow, stop!
My
You keep
nose,
squishing my face.
You're being my face.
Yay, my boyfriend doesn't do crack. And he also doesn't sniff copious amounts of cocaine. It's just like every time. It's like and I'm like, maybe it's me. Maybe it's like I'm a sixth sense and I'm looking for it or I'm listening for it. But it just sounds so intentional. This is what I'm doing now. I'm rotating with the heater.
That's funny. Going as fast as the heater goes. Yeah.
I feel like I'm fucking in menopause. Having like hot flashes.
I think my sheet's right back. She's doing it anyway.
You say so.
Huh?
If you say so.
Yeah, it's the end of the weed.
What?
No, it's the old bag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it's not the end.
I'm about to fucking lose my shit.
It's not the end
I'm
of
not going out.
the weed. Look, you know.
Yeah, no, because I'm not going out.
There's plenty of weed.
Ooh, it's the pearl cheese. Okay. Ooh, like I don't know.
Ooh, purple cheese. Like we knew about blue cheese, but purple cheese. I don't think of things.
I got cheese for you guys.
You see where I put your thing?
Yes, I did.
Because I was like, when are you gonna open the thing? You feel so stupid.
It's close.
Close.
What?
Lazy cross.
No!
But as a NATO member, Canada has no plans to deploy combat troops to Ukraine. While NATO and other allies were quick.
But we already did that!
The conversation was unsurprisingly welcome to the Ukrainians, who said even discussing the idea shows there is an awareness about the risk posed by Russia, which continue to advance further into Ukraine today. Officials say troops retreated from 2 more villages as President Volodymyr Zelensky traveled to Saudi Arabia to meet with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Talks aim at finding an eventual path to peace, as well as securing a prisoner of war exchange between Ukraine and Russia. Right now, NATO only provides non-lethal support to Ukraine, though many member states provide weapons and ammunition. Any decision to send troops, though, would have to be unanimous. And based on the comments made today, that does not appear likely in the near future. Omar.
All right, Heather, thank you. And the future of the first American spacecraft to land on the moon in more than 50
Yeah, but you guys fucking fell. You guys suck.
Why the multi-million-dollar failure is still being considered a success. engineers in Houston
This is adorable, honestly.
tonight to get more data
Good
off
job,
of
Ash.
the moon before their transmissions go quiet. Their lunar lander Odysseus is dying. In fact, it may already be dead, doomed by a flub landing that put the spacecraft on its side.
Caught a foot in the surface, and the lander has tipped like this. And we believe this is the orientation of the lander on the moon.
Solar panels are pointed in the wrong direction, and so are the antennas, which makes transmission even slower. Earlier today, Intuitive Machines, the company that spent $100 million to build the lander, estimated there were only a few hours left before Odie's battery is depleted.
$100 million?
And transmitted these images taken while Odysseus was still in flight, approximately 30 meters above the moon's surface.
The real take-home message with any space mission is it's about the journey. It's about those failures. It's about the successes. It's about the whole trajectory. And we're all making our way into the future together. And I think if you're not at least celebrating part of it, I think you might be missing the point.
The Amazon guy was like, hey, I'm gonna fly my big cock rocket to not space.
Anything's gotten so close. It's alluring to researchers and astronauts. This region could even have frozen water. It could be key for future exploration.
Just because the mission failed doesn't mean there was a big suitcase with millions of dollars in it that got left on the moon. We spent that money. We're learning from that investment in the future. 3, 2.
The team behind this lunar mission will speak again tomorrow, where it's expected they will release more photos from the moon.
The Odysseus lunar lander.
Gary Berry, CTV News, St. John's.
Nearly 22 years after a star from the world of rap music was killed, 2 men were found guilty in his murder. That's Run DMC's Jam Master Jay performing with the group at Live Aid. They helped hip-hop become mainstream in the 1980s, but in 2002, the pioneering DJ was gunned down in his recording studio. Prosecutors allege it was revenge for a failed drug deal. Coming up.
Because I pay my rent, I don't have money.
A growing number of Canadians going hungry. Plus, the beef over Wendy's new price surge.
Oh my god! Are they reporting real news? What happened? Did Trudeau get arrested?
Want to know something? Tough times
No.
call for smart plans. So I called Rito Lakeview
What's
Memorial
going
Gardens.
on? They're actually saying real stuff.
End of life arrangements. Want to know something else?
What is that wrong with Mario? Not up. Secret CIA spy base in Ukraine. Truth about America. Online Harrisville. Oh, good. And they're talking about Trump. I swear to God. Yeah. Trudeau's latest attempt to censor you. Yeah. That's what I want to see. Not this. This is fucking annoying. Hang on.
And inadequate wages, has made life beyond difficult for so many.
A lifeline for Alina, a mother of 3 who fled the war in Ukraine in 2022. She says every month it's a difficult choice of paying for bills or groceries.
We'll spend more on
Okay, no.
will lead to some delays with rent payments.
This is what I can't handle.
Charities are buckling under the pressure of a 1,400 nonprofits surveyed across the country. 36.
Like, that doesn't even make sense. How are you going to get food if you don't have a house? Like, and vice versa. Like, just a fucking stupid fucking thing to say. Like, fucking, if you're still paying bills, you're not that poor. Just saying. Taver's lived in a car for the past 5 fucking years. Before COVID. I had 2 apartments. I don't know why I thought to listen to mainstream media.
The online harms bill. And the online harms bill is worse than it looks on first glance. Michael Geist went through the press briefing. So the press briefing was a neutered version of the bill, and it didn't have the bill's language in it. Later in the day, the full bill's language was released, and people said, "Holy cow, this is way worse than we thought it was going to be." And so I thought that was interesting. And so on first glance, Michael Geist went through it. He was like, "This is not bad." 8 major concerns, and I thought, maybe it's not that bad. And then I started reading other people talking about, okay, I've read the bill, and holy crap, right? That's basically the consensus online. Now, what the liberals are trying to do, they're being criticized for not protecting children in education, despite the fact that it's provincial. But anyway, regardless,
tell your kids not to be hoeing.
They're being blamed for this whole
anyone is like
permeation of the LGBT whatever. So
I'm gonna email us at that one.
They're not protecting kids from predators in bathrooms. They're not protecting kids from predators who are going to mutilate them and all of that kind of stuff. They're not protecting kids, and people don't like that. So trying to invert the situation by creating this online harms bill to silence their critics.
But it's like
take the moral high ground. If you disagree with this bill, you're against protecting children. Their language is all about protecting children. The online harms bill, according to liberals, is all about protecting children. If you don't agree with this bill, you don't want to protect children.
No, I don't. I honestly, I could care less about your fucking kid.
And just listen. But
maybe you should be watching your child.
Use this bill to persecute their political opponents. That's what actually going to happen. Okay, so the inversion is to take the moral high ground, to say you're protecting kids, so that's why they're focusing on kids so much. And the goal really is to censor the internet. And so there's lots to get to. Let's get to it. First, Justin Trudeau says, for too long, web giants have failed to keep kids safe online. For too often,
literally, it took my brother
devastating consequences.
Like an hour
to hold web giants
to get a photo bucket full off of my MySpace account.
Spaces safer. We've introduced the online harms.
I didn't have permission.
So it's about kids. It's for your safety, comrade. Online harms have real world consequences. They have to teach people.
But aren't you guys tired of the security at the airport now that we all know
right? It's not obvious. Now, in some cases, sure, but obviously there are situations where this is true. But they're exploiting these situations to build tools in order to silence whoever they want to silence with very little oversight.
The uncomfortable chuckle.
This guy here, the Justice Minister, he says that platforms have control over what you see. And that's not true. Facebook gives you moderation control over what's in your timeline.
Oh, no, they blocked me too.
Most of the platforms that you see give you control over what you see. Also, you're the one who's using the internet.
Yeah, it's not happening with a bunch of old people who are like, oh my god, current TV. And now you're like,
clowns
show them
yoga
Star Wars and they
like
think
and then
that they're in
clowns
Star
doing
Wars.
yoga pops up. You can't go, oh no, I'm violated by Google. How dare they put the clowns doing yoga, right? Like, what? That's your fault, dude. Like, you searched for that. You sat down at the computer, you fired up the web browser, you typed it in, and on a website that reasonably you could expect that exact thing popping up. And hey, whose fault is that? It's not Google's fault, man. It is not.
Oh my
Google's
god,
fault.
boobies on the internet.
Erroneously.
My child is scarred for life because there was boobs on the internet. No.
The government is going to protect you from the internet
assaulting your eyeballs after you put in a search term or gone to a website that would reasonably deliver something that you may not like, right? Like, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Here is the justice minister. I mean, this guy's a clown. They're all clowns. It's crazy. Is this hate speech?
What happens when daddy gets you your job,
I
though?
want to be crystal clear about what the
Fucking
online harm
useless.
act does
60
not
years
do.
is fucking useless.
It does not undermine freedom of speech.
Oh!
It enhances free expression by empowering all people to safely participate in
Oh
online
man, I
debate.
remember that. You must be getting paid
Empowers
fucking
that.
nice.
Right now, where your posts go and what appears in your feed are dictated by platforms. Through this bill, we are restoring more of that power to you, the individual community. C63, this bill does not wade in to your private communications. Private communications are exempted from this legislation. We know that there are powerful organizations and people who may line up against this legislation. People with money and people with influence. My message to these people and these organizations is very simple. It is now the time to work directly with us. Profit cannot be prioritized over safety. Right now, it is too easy for social media companies to look the other way as hate and exploitation festers on their platforms. This bill will require platforms to do their part and to do better to keep people safe from harm and exploitation, especially our children.
I know, your feelings are hurt. I
So
know.
will have a price.
Because you're really short.
Significant monetary penalties.
And more. Ooh, right? And so they're really, really underlining.
Must be getting paid nice
And
fat salary,
the
that man.
Chris says this bill, which will restrict your freedom of speech, does not harm your free speech. It enhances it.
Yeah.
Gaslighting
Yeah.
a little harder. Attorney General. And come at me for mean words. Expect to self-rescue Canada's toast authoritarianism is taking over.
You're just
Self-rescue
asking for
means,
people to
like,
troll
get out
you
of
more.
Dodge. Right. We are goose stepping into a situation where the public are going to be under the boot heel of an authoritarian regime. If we're not already, like, this hasn't passed yet, but it seems to be on fast track. Jason Singh's on board because the pharmacare thing is working, right? So we'll talk about that later in the show. Arif, this is the Attorney General again, says we tabled Bill C-63, a critical piece of legislation that will ensure the online world is safe for all people in Canada, especially our kids. Now we're counting on the opposition to do the right thing, support our bill, and help keep children away from sexual exploitation. And Holly Doan says, Attorney General,
I don't give a fuck about
this
your
guy,
kids. Like, I know.
reintroduces cabinet bill to curb harmful content on social media. Bill C-63 stops short of censorship powers detailed in failed 2021 bill that lapsed in Parliament. It does not. It does not. It absolutely includes it. Mr. Surveillance says, where did you get stopped short of censorship powers from? C-63 authorizes the governor and council to make regulations and create a hate crime offense. Queers for Palestine will have a field day with that. So yeah, like anything online that rises to hate crime, you're going to get takedown notices, fines for $20,000 to $70,000.
Life in jail.
Cosman says the Liberal online hate bill empowers the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to hide the identity of accusers and even compel gag orders on people who are the subject of online hate complaints. This is a kangaroo court system, full stop, dangerous territory. Kangaroos have a better court system, I've been told. They are offended, and so that's $20,000, Cosman. Yeah,
It's
please.
like he's throwing it?
Kangaroo court, indeed.
Like, is that what's
And
happening? Is he trying to throw the elections?
non-disclosure of identity is something that is highlighted here because the text of the bill is available. The commission may deal with complaints in relation to a discriminatory practice described in Section 13 without disclosing to the person against whom the complaint was filed or to any other person the identity of the alleged victim, the individual or group of individuals that has filed the complaint, or any individual who has given evidence or assisted the commission in any way in dealing with the complaint. If the commission considers that there is a real and substantial risk that any of those individuals will be subject to intimidation or discrimination. There's a threat of discrimination. You're bringing this person's, the fear of this person committing this crime, or that this person has committed this crime, new crime. And the crime has to do with like discrimination, bigotry, all the rest, hate, and all the rest. And they're saying that is a reason to not share the identity of the accuser. Isn't part of the legal system that you get to know the identity of your accuser and you get to know like what you're being accused of? Right? This is just going to shroud everything in mystery. Like there's a takedown order for episode 1527 or whatever because you said hate crime or you made a hate crime in there, and this group of people complained. I mean, like I have thousands of episodes online.
I know,
So
like I'm gonna go to
all
jail.
of my
Like I'm literally gonna go to
previous
jail.
episodes open to this new standard, right? Yes. Well, wow, right? Like Jeepers Creepers. It's all private communications.
Made a lot of JFK references.
Non-disclosure of identity persons, right? So, and Cosman continues. He says a lot of crucial details were left out of the government's technical briefing today. The final fine can reach up to $70,000, not just $20,000, as reported. That is, the government can claim a $50,000 cut more than the victim's $20,000 compensation. So that's pretty wild stuff. And there's a True North piece about this. I'll show you some further reactions. Bruce McGonigal is responding to Cosman's tweet that I just read, and he says, Canada is finished if this is allowed to stand. Do you remember Jessica Yanev, or Jonathan Yanev? And he said, Bruce says, think Yanev was bad? Wait till Yanev 2.0 under these new measures. Anybody will be able to file complaints against others for posting hate speech online that is discriminatory against protected categories such as gender, race, disability, and others. They do not even have to be the victims of the hate, but merely witness it. So how many people will now build entire careers ruining people's lives using these laws? So if you get $20,000 and the government gets $50,000 from these hateful creators, right? These targets of these shakedown lawsuits, basically. You live for a year. That's a tiny little income. That's how Jonathan Yanev lived for a while there, wasn't it? Just predatory lawsuits on unsuspecting people who didn't want to wax his balls or something like that. Ridiculous. Kirk is responding to this as well. He says the people who can't define what a woman is want to amend the criminal code to create a hate crime
Honestly,
based
if
on hate
fucking
propaganda
the trans people had to go through periods, menopause,
Essentially,
fucking contraception, being a fucking lab rat for babies, and then having men tell you when you can do things with or without your vagina. So
pedophiles and criminals back into the streets with a slap on the wrist. The liberals,
abortion,
bill,
that's fun.
Make no mistake, this is a Trojan horse decorated bill.
But
so, yeah, it is trying to get this.
Maybe one day I'll be able to say that the man should have his testicles removed when he has 3 illegitimate children that he's not paying for.
With impunity. Wow.
With freedom of Davon. I think it's a fucking joke.
Says the Liberal government has unveiled its long-awaited Online Harms Act, proposing comprehensive reforms aimed at safeguarding users, enhancing complaint mechanisms, and potentially imposing harsh penalties for hate crimes. Here's a breakdown of what's included. 1, protecting users from online harm. The legislation mandates online services to act responsibly, make harmful content inaccessible, and protect children. Duties include continual risk assessment, content moderation tools, and internal complaint points. 7 categories of harmful content targeted, including child sexual exploitation, cyberbullying, and incitement to violence. Provisions covering deep fakes and require prompt removal of revenge porn and content sexually victimizing children. See, like they have actual things in there that they will be able to claim the moral high ground by citing these things. But the truth is much more sinister than that. 2, digital safety officers, establishment of a digital safety commission, and an ombudsperson to enforce regulations and support users. The commission will oversee online platforms compliance and have the authority to order harmful content removed. The ombudsman will assist users in filing complaints and provide guidance on recourse opinions.
And they don't have freedom unless they comply.
Hate crime laws says creation of a standalone hate crime offense in the criminal code, defining hatred and addressing anti-Semitism. Maximum penalties increased for hate propaganda offenses, including life imprisonment for advocating genocide. But what does advocating genocide mean? Right, like
what we're doing right now,
that phrase that they've all been chanting from the river to whatever, is that advocating genocide? Right, if somebody says that and they say it on a street corner, can they get life in prison, or is it only if you say it on a video? If you say it on a video for instructional purposes, is it the same thing? There's so many questions. The whole thing makes doing this show every single day a liability. Right? And so, like, any show from my historical catalog or new show that I post, and I say something funny or off color or whatever it is, right? I made fried chicken jokes the other day. That's a hate crime. Like, boom. Sorry about your luck, Mark. That's $20,000, right? Each instance, each joke. Sorry about your luck, buddy. You can't joke about that. This is 2024, right? What do you think this is? 2001. So it's interesting that it's that crazy, but it's that crazy. I don't think this will stand up. I don't think that they'll be able to do this, but at the same time, they're going to be able to pass. This is going to be able to pass the House of Commons because of Jagmeet Singh, and it's going to be able to pass the Senate because, well, they'll gut a bill that takes the carbon tax off farmers, but they'll speed up a bill that passes internet censorship. So this will fly through the Senate. The only thing that might trip them up is the courts. Maybe. But if sanity prevails,
I was gonna say, like, is there a sane person anywhere?
Most people see the danger in this. It's very clear, very present. People don't want to have their lives censored, but most people aren't doing a daily show.
No, when I can go through Justin Trudeau's phone, right? He can go through mine.
I mean, Kian's going to weigh in a minute.
Destruction.
Trudeau, anybody like that, they can't do this either because they'd be subject to any one of their multiple programs per day will be subject to litigious people like Jonathan Yana who want $20,000, and they'll take $20,000 to go away a month, right? Sure, why not? Right? Every month they find offense. Oh no! Oh, my eyes, mine eyes. Right? You almost might as well put them on the payroll. Just shut up, man. Like, just stop bringing lawsuits against us. How do you fight that, right? And then somebody else is going to figure out that it's pretty lucrative, pretty easy too, right? All you have to do is feign victimhood, and Canadians have been trained to feign victimhood, and it's awful. But this encourages these things. Hate crime laws, creation of a standalone hate crime offense in the criminal code, defining hatred and addressing anti-Semitism, maximum penalties increased for hate propaganda offenses, including life imprisonment for advocating genocide. Yeah, I've said that, but what does advocating genocide is fried chicken jokes genocide? And like, I'm not even trying to be funny. There was a person, I'm not trying to be funny. I was trying to be funny. That was the point. But there was a person I was talking to. I can't remember the exact context, but he was saying basically, like, I can't swim. He was a black guy, and he was talking about how he couldn't swim. He was like, I'm such a stereotype. And I was like, careful, man, they're going to call you a white supremacist, right? And like, we were joking around.
The news. But I got banned for watching AM fucking radio.
Crazy. And he was
talk radio,
right? And it was just one of those things.
Trudeau pays off the radio station.
But if you do that,
say good stuff about
in this new brave new world,
he fucks everything
you're
up.
Absolutely completely pinched. And I'm not meaning any harm. I'm not meaning that in a harmful way. And I mean, people make jokes about me. Sure, fine, whatever, that's fine. I mean, that's probably the least.
Yeah, if you say the news is like fucking my sex video, you're gonna ruin my life, my career. Oh no, not my career, my fucking reputation.
Is not within its
but you don't. Anyway, I know you don't because I never done that.
Every single day, potentially every single episode, every single thing you post, every single thing you put online. Right? You can't make jokes. You can't say. I don't agree with this. I don't think that man is a woman, right? Because that's $20,000 fine, buddy. Sorry about your life. You should have learned. That's
you can call people a fucking woman. I don't care. You know, it's dolphin. I don't care.
A hefty price tag, right? That's scary, and I am terrified about what's coming because I don't know how I can reasonably do the show the way I'm doing my show now.
Live. I don't know how you
situation
live.
Where this is in effect. And $20,000 per episode is on the table. At minimum. And like $20,000, that's only if one person can. What if multiple people can? Right? So terrible. And they know. So I don't think it'll stand. But at the same time, I'm not going to be shocked if it does. Right? I'm not going to be shocked if it takes litigation, if it takes people being charged with this, and then it goes to courts and the court saying, "You said what?" That's it. Russell says, read the bill. As a Canadian, you need to understand that this is an omnibus bill. It purports to do something good, but adds in a slew of things to control speech online. It's brilliant in its double speak. Yeah. If cons opposite, if cons oppose it, libs say conservatives don't care.
Different number of bills, exactly same fucking shit.
And
it's not finished. Oh, we'll
in the previous tab, he says this bill actually does do a few good things. In the previous tab, I was talking about that, right? Like, who wants to have revenge porn? Like, I would be fine if the law was targeted against revenge porn. Sure, like I don't want revenge porn up. That's terrible, right? Or deep fakes or sexual content sexually victimizing children. Yeah, sure, I totally agree with that. Great, like, sure, do that. Can you stop drag queen story time too? Right? Like, can you stop propagandizing to children that if you cut off your healthy sex organs before you've gone through puberty, you're going to change your gender somehow? Because that's not true, and you know it's not true. Why do you claim on one side to want to protect children, but on the other side harm them directly and much more viciously, right? It's really, really strange. But this is all great. And if this was what the bill was about, fine. I would still suspect it would be Trojan horse. But it's all the rest of this that is really, really scary. But it does do some things that people are going to agree with, and it's going to give them something to latch onto to fight for this bill, right? And people are going to do that. And man, like, trouble. We're in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Ian says, I've been reading about Justin Trudeau's online harms bill all day. People are not
the white one?
sheer magnitude and
I just plugged my phone in though.
This law will be Trudeau's final blow when it comes to regulating freedom in Canada. Our history will be remembered as before and after the implementation of this draconian act. He intends to suffocate Canadians who oppose his rule. Hong Kong recently passed laws banning speech disallowed by the government.
Wait.
Because
I thought this worked for my computer, but it doesn't. Yeah, but do I work for your phone?
That's not understandable.
I thought it worked for my computer, but it
and there are
doesn't.
people, I get messages and I appreciate them, and people are wonderful and kind and just lovely. I get messages from multiple people saying, like, come down to South America, come down to Mexico, come down to other places too. I have family in the UK, and I mean, I'm like, where are you guys going? Because holy smoke, it's happening there too, right? And we're all talking about, like, where do you go? What do you do? And if you, I mean, I wish there was a place that seems safe. Because if you go to the United States, I mean, it looks like they're going for civil war. Haven't you seen the trailers? Right? Like, so it seems like there is no good place. There's no safe place. There's no place that we're not going to have to stand up and fight. And they're going to come for you with their cricket flour and their bugs and their fake meat and their sprayed skies. We'll get there at the end of the show.
I hope
and the rest. I was taking pictures in the Home Depot. I was like, I can't even believe how crazy sprayed these skies are. They're doing this on purpose. It's like 15 degrees in the middle of February. Like, it should not be.
Oh yeah, they keep you like, oh, it's supposed to be freezing.
Right, but they're spraying the skies like
freezing rain.
I don't want to get distracted. If you can leave Canada, maybe there's a place that you can go to.
There you go.
But I think at some point in time,
I might hop the border
everybody. Because I think it's, remember, not to get distracted, but remember at the beginning of COVID when it was nobody knows until everybody knows, and people were talking about things that are happening, like, we should be responding to this, the government's behaving in an irresponsible way, nobody's responding to this. What's happening? There are multiple situations, like there's a collapse of birth rate in the West, there's a sperm count collapse as well in men. There's all sorts of things that are happening that you think we should be mitigating, but instead of doing that, we're absolutely not doing anything to mitigate anything. And once the collapse starts, it'll be unstoppable, and the government will try, because that's the goal, maybe. But that's what
10 years
happened in COVID, right? Like, once the lockdown started, that was the government's goal, and so they go bang Obama, they got what they wanted, and so. You see what I'm saying? It just seems like all of this stuff is to convince us that there's this existential threat, and then it'll come to a head. And
who watches everything you
war or a climate catastrophe of some kind. That's something that we can blame on the planet. And we'll be bamboozled. Right? I hope not. Here's Andrew Coyne, back to the online harms bill, right? And I mean, if you have dissenters like me saying this is nonsense, this is horseshit, don't mask your kids, don't inject this experimental poison, then what can they do? So they had to get rid of people like me, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do here, right? That's what they're trying to do. Andrew Coyne says, life in prison for hate speech? Life?
Mm-hmm.
I knew the bill could have been a lot worse in many ways, but this strikes me as insane. Andrew Coyne, everyone. He's got an Israel and a Ukraine flag in his profile. Like, big signal harder, Andrew, right? But he's saying, this is crazy talk, Canada. I'm going to move to Israel. Online harms bill would create a new hate crime offense, making tech platforms responsible for harmful content. The whole thing is
Back to
ridiculous.
yeah, I can't believe this is
So
happening.
Mark says, Ottawa to create a regulator to hold online platforms accountable for harmful content, says sources. So this is the ombudsman. This is the True North piece about this, and it says the centerpiece of this initiative is the proposed Online Harms Act, details of which were unveiled during a technical briefing released to reporters on Monday. Among the categories of harmful content identified in the
Put him
act
in
are
jail.
materials that incite violent
Put him in
extremism,
jail. Fire
terrorism,
all of them.
promote violence, or foment
Start
hatred.
over.
The bill will include amendments to the criminal
Our
code
government should have to
and
go through the same
addressing
vetting
hate crimes
process
more
when
effectively.
we get
The
hired.
Online Harms Act, known as Bill C-63, was tabled by Liberal
Shit, who
Minister
your
of
daddy
Justice
was.
Arif Virani in the House of Commons on the same day. These amendments include the introduction of a standalone hate crime offence applicable across all criminal offences, with penalties extending to up to life imprisonment. Maximum punishments for existing hate propaganda offences are also set to be increased substantially. New standalone hate crime offence that would apply to every offence in the criminal code and in any other act of parliament, allowing penalties up to life imprisonment to denounce and deter this hateful conduct as a crime in itself. So what's a hate crime, right? The technical briefing explained. The bill would also raise the maximum punishment for the four hate propaganda offences from 5 years to life imprisonment for advocating genocide, and from 2 years to 5 years for the others when persecuted by way of indictment. Also, the bill would add a definition of hatred based on the past decision of the Supreme Court of Canada to the Criminal Code. The text of the bill defines content that foments hatred as any content that expresses detestation or vilification of an individual or group of individuals on the basis of a prohibited ground of discrimination within the meaning of the Canadian Human Rights Act, and that given the context in which it is communicated, is likely to foment detestation or vilification of an individual or group of individuals on the basis of such a prohibited ground. For greater certainty and for the purposes of the definition, content that foments hatred, content does not express detestation or vilification solely because it expresses disdain, dislike, or discredits, humiliates, hurts, or offends as the government. Additionally, private messaging and communications like WhatsApp and other platforms are excluded from the scope of this legislation. Anybody will also be able to file complaints against others for posting hate speech online that is discriminatory against protected categories such as gender, race, disability, and others. Amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act will let anybody file complaints against persons posting so-called hate speech with the Canadian Human Rights Commission. If found guilty, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal can order those found to violate the government's definition of hatred with fines of up to $70,000 and takedown orders for content. According to the text of the bill, the tribunal has the power to order payments of up to $20,000 to the victims of the so-called online hate, as well as in order to pay the government $50,000 if the legal panel considers it appropriate. In 2014, a similar provision under the Act dealing with online hate messaging was repealed by the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper after it was found to have violated the freedom of expression rights of Canadians. The Liberals have pledged to reintroduce Section 113, which deals with communication of hate speech over the internet. It is a discriminatory practice to communicate or cause to be communicated hate speech by means of the internet or any other means of telecommunication in a context in which the hate speech is likely to foment detestation or vilification of an individual or group of individuals based on the prohibited grounds of discrimination. Bill C-63's text reads, the tribunal will also have powers to hide the identity of those who bring complaints against anybody who may deem to have posted online hate speech. Additionally, compel those who face complaints to not reveal the identity of those involved upon discovery. The Commission may deal with complaints in relation to discriminatory practices described in Section 13 that disclose the person against whom the complaint is filed, or to any other person the identity of the alleged victim, and the individual or group of individuals that's filed the complaint, or any individual who's given evidence or assisted the Commission in any way in dealing with the complaint. To enforce the rules surrounding harmful online content, including materials that sexually victimize children and deepfakes, the government plans to establish a new organization. This body, comprising the Digital Safety Commission, the Digital Safety Ombudsman, and the Digital Safety Office, will work to ensure compliance with regulations and protect users from online harm. Oh, I said ombudsman,
job of that.
and it says ombudsperson. Is that a hate crime?
Yeah.
So, $20,000, Mark. Meanwhile, the role of the Digital Safety Ombudsman, $20,000 more, will extend to advocating for users' rights and interests in the digital realm, serving as a watchdog for online safety issues. Prior to the online safety issues, like go get stabbed by this recently released rapist. Why would the rapist stab you? Okay, go get raped by this recently released rapist.
Couldn't stab me.
But
Well,
will
let me
protect
ask you
you
this:
from
what
online
if
violence,
it
but
stab?
also will let out all of the other violent criminals. So
I don't just go around stabbing
online
everybody,
harm is
do
the
I?
only thing we can protect them against in Canada. Prior to the bill's unveiling, Conservative leader Polyev said that he would oppose the law, accusing the government of using the issue to legislate censorship and infringe Canadians' free speech. We will oppose Justin Trudeau's latest attack on freedom of expression. Polyev responded to our question from us in the law last week. What does Justin Trudeau mean when he says the worst hate speech? He means speech he hates. And I haven't seen anything from Polyev about this yet, so he hasn't lost his mind about anything. But Mr. Bernier is talking about it. Maxime Bernier said, "I hate Justin Trudeau and labels. Is this hateful tweet going to get me in jail after they pass their new totalitarian online hate
Yeah,
bill?"
but you love fucking a chance for a phone.
This CTV reporter, CTV prostitute says Jay is very excited about this because now there's teeth legislation.
Someone whose job it is, who has a full office to regulate online content, to potentially deal out fines and punishment for those that are not falling into compliance.
It seems interesting when people are excited about the censorship idea, thinking that a law, like it's the same as thinking that making housing a human right equals.
It's a weird fucking Messiah complex. Everyone's got a fucking Messiah complex.
Be what she expects it to be and going to make Canada's internet this utopia of wonderful ideas and beautifully curated content. I mean, like, some of the best movies have some of the craziest things set in them, like Fight Club. What's her name? Marla. When after Tyler and her have sex for the first time, and she says a line. I can't remember the line, but it was really offensive, and the censors took it out. And the only reason they allowed the director and I can't remember Marlo Singer, whoever played that role. I can't remember the name, but it doesn't matter. Said they got to replace it, and once they replaced it, they wouldn't change it, and they replaced it with something worse. Oh, I want you to have that was the line, and the censors were like, "We want to also remove that line," and they were like, "No." And so the whole idea that this law is going to work the way these people think is folly. I think it's silly. Like, if you think that it's not going to also be weaponized against your own thoughts or things that you're like, at some point you're going to run into something and it's going to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and you're going to have to
twice.
Swallow that down because
once for the radio,
you're on board.
The second time for literally someone else's video that was not taken down.
This is the Justice Minister again. He says our government is taking action to protect kids online. No, they're not. 6 and 10 young people reported that they or their friends were targeted.
An hour or two on a Sunday.
I believe
they didn't have our bus. Michael
Geist goes through how this is actually okay. He goes through it's not so bad. It's just going over the whole bill again. We don't need to. Wolf says this is a parallel extrajudicial court system to prosecute wrongthink, and it will do exactly that. But as with all liberal initiatives, it will fall flat on its face and make them even more unpopular. This is desperation. Liberals foiling the bill. Yeah, I can't imagine him getting reelected on this platform. Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for watching. This is just a short version of a longer show. If you'd like to get the whole show, you can go over to CanadaPoly.com.
You're insulting my intelligence, or you're that fucking stupid.
Really? Shop and donate, and look for subscriptions, and you'll get immediate access
to
the whole show. Love to see it. Thanks for watching, everybody. And wonderful.
Is it B2B e-commerce business? Secret spy bases and provocative missions, almost designed to wind poor dear Vladimir Putin up, a man to whom we're all supposed to have this extraordinary allegiance, a man who's dabbling in every single election and quite a few erections, if the truth is told. But isn't he really more of a threat to our own government? What an astonishing question to even consider. And are we allowed to even ask such questions in an apparently free society? We've got a story today about Navalny's sad death and what could have actually actually caused it. Elsewhere,
Like
we'll
back
be
in
talking
2019, you
about
mean?
unlawful vaccine mandates in Queensland, Australia. We're looking in some depth later in the show at the tragic death by self-immolation by Aaron Bushnell and what that tells us about war. You're going to love that, actually. So if you're watching us on YouTube right now, to get the full freedom experience, consider coming over to that sweet stream of freedom. Phoenix boy, Russell Brand, come over here with me and Bear and an entire team committed and dedicated to revealing to you as much truth as we can say. Remember the New York Times, we were all the news that fit the print. Now it's just simply all of the propaganda at the appropriate time, because there's been a New York Times article about CIA being embedded in Ukraine for 10 years. It's a really astonishing story, and I'm really pleased with the story that we have about it. We're going to go into depth around it. Holy cow, Russell, where's your hairy chest? So is that it? That is where it's supposed to be. Where else would you want it? So, yeah, that's going to be a pretty interesting story. Before we get into all of that, so the vaccine mandates and how they've been conveyed and recent revelations, there's Dr. Phil on the View. That was a pretty amazing moment. There's no chat. If you saw that, Trish McLeod or iPhone or Kenshin24888 or Pickled Witch over on the Awakened Wonder Stream. Remember, if you are an Awakened Wonder, by the way, and I consider it vital that you join us, or at least considering it, because later this week we've got Rand Paul coming on the show to discuss his new book, Deception, and I want to pose your questions to him. He, in this new book, is talking about how he has consistently opposed, for example, public health edicts that have been less reliable than was first assumed, to put it kindly. And you can put your questions to him by becoming an Awakened Wonder. We'll post the link in the description right now. Now, one of the indications that the global establishment's agenda to control us by controlling all the resources, including food, is possible to topple and oppose is the farmers' protest. What I like about the farmers' protest is that in policing them, trying to curtail and control them, what is becoming evident is that the forces of the establishment haven't understood just exactly how farmers roll.
Guns.
Right now, it's not going to work in a tractor, is it? Hey, listen, have you noticed that Taylor Swift seems to be increasing in global importance? She seems to be able to determine the outcome of elections. Her and Putin ultimately are controlling democracy between them, it seems. There's this wonderful story, although it's actually also quite tragic, in New South Wales in Australia, where Karen Webb, the police commissioner, is facing fresh criticism for using Taylor Swift as a reference point when she's defending her response to a murder inquiry in which two people are alleged to have been murdered by a member of her police force. And she sort of defends these allegations by sort of citing and quoting Taylor Swift. You think it's an unusual reference point to go to under those circumstances. Additionally, in the news report from Australian legacy media, you see like that this police force has been doing things like tasering old ladies who, on the surface of it, look adorable. Hey, have a look at this.
As the murder investigation plays out, Police Commissioner Karen Webb has again been forced to defend her leadership.
3 days to speak. Come on, it's still a live investigation. As I said, it's very complex investigation.
Accused of being AWOL in the press, like last year in the tasering of Kerr's grandmother, Claire Nowlan.
That can't be right. Because look at old Claire Nowlan. She's adorable, isn't she? But what possible trouble could Claire Nowlan have been causing that warranted a bloody good tasering? Right, I've warned you up, right, that's it, tase this little old lady.
There will always be haters. Haters like to hate. Isn't that what Taylor says?
Within minutes, Taylor Swift memes were circulating among police.
When a commissioner of police starts clapping payday in the middle of a very serious murder investigation involving one of her own officers, that says it all.
It does seem to imply that our culture has been banalised to the point where it's difficult to detect where the divine may lay. Not that I am criticising Tay. You are, of course, free to enjoy whatever type of music you're into. It's pretty astonishing. Perhaps later in the week we'll look at the role that Taylor Swift occupies in the culture. Look at what is she? Why is it so captivating to all of you? Hey, listen, in fact, Warren 121. Wow, Russell, we made a live show on time. I know, we're all sort of a little bit confused, to tell you the truth. Later on, we're going to be talking about the reporting on the escalation of tensions between Ukraine and Russia, and how meticulously, deliberately, and repeatedly it was reported as an unprovoked invasion. And now, even the New York Times are admitting that the CIA and the British, actually, deep state interests, have been effectively controlling Ukraine since the coup in 2014. So again, there's another one of those stories where what you've known for a long, long time is making its way into the mainstream. What's the motivation for it? We'll be talking about it. An indication that this story is entering into a new phase is this headline. Look, France's Macron says sending troops to Ukraine cannot be ruled out. And Macron, right, thanks for that, mate, in the Rumble chat. Like Macron, I consider him to be one of those globalists. I'd say he's an early haircut. Wouldn't you, Macron? He was like sort of one of the first. Oh, this person's not a proper politician. Look at their goddamn haircut. And he's one of the first. Now we've got Trudeau. We've got a brilliant story on Trudeau coming up in a little minute. So here he is. Macron said on Monday there's no consensus on sending troops to Ukraine, but the subject could not be ruled out. There's no consensus. Then troops, he says, nothing should be excluded. We'll do everything we can so that Russia does not win. Now, all of this is, in a sense, a continuation of the narrative that we were heavily invited to believe in, that Russia's attack was unprovoked. And I say this with all sympathy to Ukrainian people who are doubtlessly suffering because of this escalating war. Remember, it's been presented from the beginning as an unprovoked humanitarian crisis caused by nothing other than Putin's expansionism. But every time we hear that NATO impeded on former Soviet territories, every time we hear, as we have now, that CIA have spy bases inside of Ukraine and had them there for 10 years. And you wait to see some of the provocative things they've been doing. It's astonishing. It's astonishing. It causes more trouble than Dr. Phil on The View. Now, this is on Alexei Navalny. We were told that pretty, again, with some degree of certainty, that Alexei Navalny was definitely killed by Putin. But let me know in the chat if you know what else might have killed him.
Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Putin is responsible for Navalny's death.
The story they tell. Let us be clear. Russia is responsible.
The death of Alexei Navalny yesterday was a reminder of the extraordinary brutality of Putin and his government.
Okay, so the establishment are pretty sure. The official Jimbo Slice in our Rumble chat says he's written a thesis on what caused this war. Why don't you post it in the chat, mate? We can all read it together. Now, let's have a look at what people are saying caused Navalny's death. Now, this is, I think, Ukrainian Special Forces.
Я можу вас розчарувати, але те, що нам відомо, він реально загинув від травми.
It was a blood clot. Now, let me know in the chat if there's anything that's been causing unprecedented levels of blood clotting round since, I don't know, 2019 type time, 2020, 2021. That's
I don't think people are having
any
overdoses.
clotting. Got Rand Paul
Because you just said a cocaine overdose.
Is there anything that's been causing a lot of clotting? 0007 says he was vaccinated to death. Now, you are allowed to say that. It's up to you. You can't say in France, though, as you know, if you saw our piece on France's new article, Pfizer, that prevents people from criticizing all medications, but kind of think that there are certain medications that are more protected than others. Now, the New York Times have had to admit that the CIA built 12 secret spy bases in Ukraine and have been waging a shadow war against Russia for the past decade. What's interesting about this is that the bloody New York Times have changed their tune, and they've been championing all of this humanitarian, why don't you use your taxis for war claptrap for some time now in an unwinnable war against a nuclear superpower that had as one of its advantages the idea that it was unprovoked Russian imperialism that required of all of us that we sponsor that war and, as the people of France are now discussing, potentially send our loved ones, or in my case, I'm in conscription age, can you believe it, in our crazy country, go and fight in the bloody thing. Let's have a look at what the New York Times have published and some analysis on that, how the CIA secretly helps Ukraine fight Putin. Right, let's have a little look at how times we saw this war described as unprovoked before delving into just how provoked it may actually be. If you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be there with you on that channel for another few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, right? Then we can start speaking through the numbers. We're not be saying things that the legacy media are going to wait until it's too late to tell you. They'll wait till they've drained their tactics, till they've caused a lot of trouble, till you suffer the consequences if it's a pandemic, till you perhaps funded it if it's a war. You know you can't trust the legacy media. Here they are telling you again and again and again that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is unprovoked. Let's have a look.
Russian military began a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine without provocation, without justification.
From Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine, the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack. Russia commenced its full-scale, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. President Putin has launched a horrific, unprovoked attack on their country.
That ridiculous image of Justin Trudeau. Sorry about using this after, I don't know. There's a tweet there. Right, everything in that Trudeau image is bloody ridiculous. Look, people wearing masks, they ain't bloody well doing anything. He's acting all liberal when we know that he can fairly prevent himself from voting in the emergency act every time anyone does anything so much. If you hold the horn in Ottawa, it's an emergency.
You are united in condemning the Kremlin's unprovoked aggression and justification, apart from the fact that he is a warmonger that wanted to build an empire.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin shows this war.
Okay, so Putin's the warmonger, Putin's the aggressor, all of these stuff, all of that confidence and absolute certainty. Let's have a look at this. Now, this is a lot of you will be astonished by the resources we use. This is the World Socialist Worker. Check it out. It's going to show you that every single peripheral voice loads the establishment's power. Okay, so check this out. The Times reported that a Ukrainian unit, the 5th Directorate, was tasked with conducting assassinations, including one in 2016. The Times writes, the mysterious explosion in the Russian-occupied city of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine ripped through an elevator carrying a senior Russian separatist commander named Arsen Pavlov, known by his nom de guerre, his name of war, Motorola. The CIA soon learned that the assassins were members of the 5th Directorate, a spy group that received CIA training. Ukraine's domestic intelligence agency had even handed out commemorative patches to those involved. Each one speaks with the word lift, the British term for an elevator. Now, that seems like the sort of thing that's going to provoke Putin. I don't know much about Putin other than he likes a half-hour history lesson at the beginning of an interview, and that he don't like being mugged off in assassinations by British and US deep state operatives in a territory that was once part of an empire that his nation controlled, that had a coup in 2014 that seemed to have been at least co-sponsored by the CIA. In other words, the CIA was helping to direct the war, making the US government a full participant, a co-belligerent in a war with nuclear armed Russia, despite Biden's claim the United States was only aiding Ukraine from the past. And all this without the American people having the slightest say in the matter. Isn't it astonishing still that you are never asked if you want to continue that funding? Indeed, the story is only coming out now. This is what I love about, I don't love that legacy media, I deeply loathe the legacy media, and I invite you to consider. This story is only being published now. They admit that they've had this information for some time. Check this out. They admit they've known it for ages, so they were lying all the time they said it was unprovoked, like they always lie. And they're only revealing it now in order to facilitate further funding. Check this. By reporting the virtual control of the Ukrainian regime by the US military intelligence operators, the Times is seeking to pressure the Republicans to support the war funding. Now it makes sense. It's arguing that this money is not going to a foreign government in a foreign war thousands of miles from US borders, but to a subcontractor of American imperialism waging an American war in which US personnel are deeply and directly engaged. Think of just yesterday when we showed you Victoria Nuland saying, you've got to continue to fund this war, it's going to create jobs all over America. We shouldn't be like, all right, it's good to have a job, but it's also good to not have a war. And it's also good to be discerning about these globalist establishment elites that are lying to us to engage us in unwinnable wars with nuclear superpowers in order to drain them to facilitate their own unipower agenda, which I believe will also include tyrannizing us through every available means. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense to you. Dirty Diana, which is prisoners in her own way. Dirty Diana, I don't agree with you. So, in so doing, Times has revealed its own coverage of the Ukraine war over the past few years has been nothing more than war propaganda aimed at using a fraudulent narrative to dragoon the American public to support a predatory imperialist war of aggression aimed at subjugating and dismantling Russia as justice for their own ends. Let's see what RFK said. Is he the best bet for the President of the United States? Do you feel that yet? Let's have a look. The CIA was building spy bases in Ukraine along the Russian border starting in 2014. I wonder how we would respond if Russia or China built spy bases on the US-Mexico border. Some of you perhaps wouldn't it to be used to somehow mitigate that crisis. With all of their information gathering and newly trained operatives, they couldn't wind down the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. In fact, it seems the CIA only made matters worse. Indeed, perhaps that was the intention. Great friend of the show and brilliant legit journalist Whitney Webb has this to say. She's been saying it for years. The CIA ignited the Ukraine conflict because they needed a new place to live, covertly traffic after the US pulled out the Afghanistan war and to create a new blowback boogeyman. What makes more sense to you? The words of Whitney Webb and RFK, the analysis of that New York Times article, or the argument still advanced to you by Anthony Blinken, by the likes of Kamala Harris, the likes of Joe Biden, who are clearly shilling for the military-industrial complex, pursuing a unipolar agenda to generate a one-world government where all of us pretty much know what last week. Of course, conjecture, but maybe the legacy media will be reporting on that from some sort of burrow somewhere in a decade or so. We gave you a little poll earlier to ask you what you thought. CIA bases in Ukraine does this mean that the criminal invasion of the Ukraine was A, provoked, B, unprovoked, C, a complex geopolitical situation for which a diplomatic solution ought to be sought. Only 3% went for B. So there you have it. This is a new revelation about the nature of that war that we all have to consider. Now, before we get to Trudeau talking about Russia, I want to let you know on YouTube, we're going to jump off. We're going to jump off YouTube. I think it's a good time to do it. Now, listen, you lot, we're going to be talking to Rand Paul on Thursday. You can join us and pose your own questions. You can become an Awakened Wonder. All our Awakened Wonders now, like Scribbling, Beauty, and Typical, they'll be there. They'll be posing questions to Senator Rand Paul, presumably about Trump, presumably about Anthony Fauci, presumably about whether or not you'll get free and fair elections in 2024, when we now know we live in the midst of an AI nightmare where artificial intelligence is being used to control reality. We've got some great stories.
Yes, it fucking is.
They want their $60 million back. I have not heard a single Liberal member, including the member for Winnipeg North, say that they're going to do everything needs her opinion as to why she thinks the Liberals aren't even interested in getting this money back for Canadians.
Brief answer, the Honourable for Calgary Mendocino.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's because, frankly, the Liberal government doesn't care They're completely tone deaf to the desperation of the average Canadian. There is one solution for Canada, and that is a Conservative government led by the member for Carleton, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, and I do want to remind the honourable member that unfortunately we will have to interrupt him at some point to get to the question period, but he'll be able to finish after. The honourable member for the honourable member for Richmond Hill, debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, as members of this House, we share a profound duty to ensure that public funds are used effectively and for public good. This principle is paramount, especially in the times of crisis when swift action is necessary and resources are stretched thin. The COVID-19 pandemic presented unprecedented challenges for urgent and innovative responses. Among these was the development of ArriveCan app, a tool swiftly implemented to manage the risk associated with international travel during the pandemic. It is crucial to recognize the context in which ArriveCan was developed, a period marked by uncertainty and the urgent need to protect public health. ArriveCan was instrumental in mitigating the spread of third-party international travel by simplifying the submission of travel and health information for individuals entering Canada. It made a substantial contribution to our effort to manage the public effectively. Drawing from my background as an IT consultancy as well as project management, I aim to provide a nuanced perspective on ArriveCan, which may have not been shared in this House as of yet, focusing on three aspects. It's on development process, the cost avoidance, and its true valuation. Let's start with the development process. In addressing the development cycle of ArriveCan, it is important to highlight the extraordinary circumstances under which the application was developed. Traditionally, a development life cycle spans several sequential phases over approximately 9 months to a year. These sequential phases are complete business requirement, looking at scope finalization, looking at solution design, looking at solution development, doing testing, doing piloting, and rolling out and supporting. The total requirement was 177 different functionality that app had to do. However, given the urgent demand created by the pandemic, we shifted to a rapid, agile methodology, progressing on a requirement by requirement basis. As the requirement keep evolving, as the number of stakeholders, such as the provinces, such as PHAC, such as World Terror Organization, and security and data protection put an extra requirement on what this application was evolving. This approach allowed us to dynamically integrate new requirements as they emerged, ensuring the app was continually updated and adapted to respond to the evolving pandemic situation. This agile development strategy not only expedited the app's rollout, but also ensured its flexibility and responsiveness to the public needs. This type of development by virtue, Madam Speaker, the virtue that requirement comes at different stages rather than all identified upfront, lends itself to an increased cost of development. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I don't want to justify the $60 million because I think there are a lot of room for improvement on that one. But nevertheless, through our discussion and the examination by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman, it has become evident that there are concerns regarding the financial management and procurement processes of the ArriveCan app. While these concerns are valid and demand our attention, it is essential to contextualize the financial aspect of the app within the broader scope of the pandemic management and digital transformation. It is also crucial to discuss the cost saving or cost avoidance facilitated by ArriveCAN. Replacing the traditional paper-based system, the apps presented a significant advantage in terms of cost efficiency. The estimated cost of processing each paper transaction, which is $3 per transaction, and take into account that over 60 million times this app was used, this will total to anywhere from $120 million to about $100 million in potential cost saving. If you look at even the lower end of the $120 million, that's twice the amount that it was spent on ArriveCAN. This figure underscored the financial prudence of the ArriveCAN project, highlighting how technical innovation can lead to substantial saving in public expenditure, especially in the time of crisis. Lastly, Madam Speaker, on the topic of valuation, it is essential to differentiate between the cost of developing an app and its market value. If we consider an e-commerce application with 18 million users and 60 million transactions, facilitating billions of dollars in monetary transactions, I would ask any member of this House, what would be the valuation of this application?
Not the honourable member that right now, he's going to have 4 minutes. The next time this matter is after question period, after we're all done the routine proceedings. I just want to remind members, I understand that they may not have seen each other for about a week as they're coming in, but I would ask them if they want to have conversations to please take them out so that the orders of the day can actually proceed without too much interruption. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable representative Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while it's still February, let me rise and wish everyone a happy Black History Month. This is your 62nd Black Heritage Moment for British Columbia, where I want to celebrate an extraordinary Canadian, a Black Canadian, mixed heritage. His mother was Black, his father was Scottish. Sir James Douglas is generally called the father of British Columbia, the first governor who stood down thousands of armed miners coming up from the United States who wanted to kill Indigenous people and grab their land. It's known as the Fraser Canyon War. It happened in 1858, and without an army. But he made it clear to those armed thugs who had already killed Indigenous people and raped their women that they were no longer in the Wild West. They were in a new place where there was a rule of law, and they would have to have licenses to look for gold, and they'd have to put down their guns. Thank you to Sir James Douglas, who fought for British Columbia and fought for justice. Thank you.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to urgently bring to your attention a significant safety issue in civil aviation across the Taiwan Strait. This issue has arisen due to China's unilateral actions in changing the M503 southbound flight route on January 30th, 2024. China has changed flight routes and revoked the 2015 cross-strait agreement without any consultation with Taiwan. This action seriously jeopardizes safety, peace, and stability in the region and undermines the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. This strait is vital to global trade, and any disruption would have a significant impact on the entire world. China's Civil Aviation Administration has been in fair breach of international civil aviation organization regulations, crucial to ensure aviation safety standards and protect passenger safety. Now more than ever, it's important that we support global cohesion, the rule of law, and compliance with bilateral treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for the Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all Canadians who have helped taking Ukrainian families fleeing the illegal invasion of their homeland. This support comes from so many individuals, families, churches, community groups, and local businesses that have put aside their own challenges to help out. The generosity we've seen has been amazing with donations, housing, offers of work. They've not only offered material support, Mr. Speaker, but also the priceless gift of friendship. Many Ukrainians in central Okanagan, Smokeman, Nicola appreciate every assistance they've received. However, the ongoing devastation of their homeland raises concerns about their future and whether or not they may continue to stay and work in Canada until the war ends. It's my hope that the government will address these concerns, providing these families with much certainty as possible. We must continue supporting these Ukrainians who are worried about their family and friends back home. We must continue to support the Ukrainian people as they bravely fight for their national sovereignty against Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion. We stand with them now. We will stand with them until they're victorious and free.
The honourable member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I recognize a few remarkable young constituents from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. To the GloCal organization, these constituents won microgrants by creating educational and engaging projects to empower civic awareness and democratic literacy. Richard Moll, Olivia Leo, Larissa Ja won the biggest prize for creating an iOS game called Beaver Quiz-A-Mall, which teaches players about the responsibilities of the Canadian government. Kevin Chuan won for his project called After the Breach, which takes a critical analysis of cyber threats to Canadian institutions. And lastly, Donna Anatawi and her team won for their formation of a nonprofit organization that focuses on community outreach and addresses the gaps with youth leadership. Congratulations to these phenomenal contestants. Your leadership and hard work are an inspiration to us all.
Let us have
the honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, Putin's Russia invaded Ukraine, which has since resisted with admirable courage. So far, the conflict has not gone beyond its borders, but there is no denying that a front line has opened up between democracy and dictatorships. Ukraine wants to remain free and democratic. Putin's Russia is jeopardizing its sovereignty, but also the ability of the Ukrainian people to live in their own language and culture. As Quebecers, we can't help but feel a special solidarity with this nation on the borders of a giant still resisting the invaders.
Nowhere else.
In the midst of their devastated cities, the Ukrainian people are giving the whole world an example of the determination required to defend democracy against totalitarianism. Whilst other conflicts have sadly captured the world's attention, let us not forget the one that is still going on in Ukraine. Let us reiterate more than ever our full support for the Ukrainian nation, because the defense of its territory and its freedom is also ours. Nothing is decided yet. Slava Ukraini. The Honourable Member Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enjoying a good cup of coffee in the morning is part of everyday life for many people. But it tastes so much better when you know that the coffee is fair trade and green. Sherbrooke-based Cafe William has made it its mission to produce the fairest coffee in the world. Thanks to the construction of its new 100,000 square foot plant, a $40 million investment financed in part by Canada Economic Development, Cafe William has been able to triple its production, driven by their desire to grow the business, but concerned not to increase their carbon footprint. The owners have installed the world's first electric roaster. This will enable them to save 20% of their greenhouse gases produced by their operations. They have also decided to adopt a fair trade transport system by importing some of their raw materials by sailing boat. They are also working on an electric land transport project. Well done to Cafe William, a Sherbrooke company that has succeeded in combining economic development with environmental protection.
The honourable member from Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this Liberal government, Canadians from coast to coast have had enough, especially in rural Canada, like those from back home in New Brunswick. The urban-rural divide in Canada has only deepened under this government, and when the Minister of Environment states that they will not be investing in any new roads, rural Canadians feel unheard, overlooked, and once again left behind. Rural Canadians do not have the luxury of a metro or subways, so when this government quadruples the carbon tax, rural Canadians are disproportionately affected. When this Liberal government insists on some of the most anti-agricultural and anti-natural resource policies in the world.
Why are you yelling? Fucking back up, fatty. He's always out of breath.
You might be wondering, why in the world is there a 30-minute countdown before the show starts? Well, we actually start live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, so this full 30-minute countdown is a chance for YouTube and Rumble to send out their alerts and notifications. So we encourage you to gather up and hang out with everyone in the chat room. So every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we do this show live. You can join us in the countdown if you like, or just set your clock and remind us at 4 p.m. Eastern when we go live. You can also make sure you subscribe and turn on the bell notification, so hopefully you will get a Indonesia, who we sell weapons to, that they're slaughtering people in Timor. Who is slaughtering Palestinians, who impose martial law. Why do we bomb Iraq when it commits similar crimes?
Okay.
I'm not defending the release. What I am saying is there needs to be consistent application of U.S. foreign policy. We cannot support people who are committing the same violations because they're political allies. It's not acceptable. We cannot violate UN resolutions when it's convenient to us. You're not answering my question, Madam Albright.
You briefed the press, did you not? When you were there? I had several jobs. One of my jobs was that analyst. I also was an interrogator, and indeed briefed the press when we, the city. Nice to see you. Rella Hagley is here.
Hi! I was just here with my kids, and there's a bug in my lemonade.
I don't care. Fuck your kids.
Alaska. Nice to see you. Anchorage, Alaska. There's a couple of people from Alaska. You guys should get together. We should be a redacted meetup in Alaska. In Anchorage, Alaska.
You want to do that?
Yeah, if you guys each had redacted shirts and you were out there with the redacted, you went to the store.
Right.
You know,
I've only done a meetup once when I first had a show on CNET, and that was something. That was, I'm always nervous to do those kind of things with redacted or something.
Do you remember
that?
I went?
We're too, we're so spread out, and I didn't know if would show up.
I went to that meetup with you, and I'll never forget. There was a funny story. Can we just give a little funny story before we start the news? There were a couple of members of the NYPD who were there, and they were fans of your work, and they were in their cyber crimes division.
Yes.
And we got to talking with them, very fascinating about the New York Times, or the NYPD and their cyber crimes division. And they said, I asked them, is there like a profile, like a typical profile of like a child, like a pedophile that you guys are? Was it like that they arrest? They track these people down online in the New York area? Is there a typical profile? And the NYPD guy told me, he says, yes, they're usually Mets fans. And I just remember laughing my ass off because as a Phillies fan, I thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
I think we've been together too long because it was me that asked that question.
Oh, okay.
So now you're telling stories as if we cannot separate each
Well,
other.
we were in a conversation.
Where
I know.
start and
Anyway,
where do you end?
but I just love that as a Phillies fan. I thought it was great that the NYPD thinks that's a similar profile for pedophiles as Mets fans.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying all Mets fans, but just the ones that the cyber crimes division had.
Right. So not all Mets fans are pedophiles, but all pedophiles are Mets fans.
I guess. I guess that's the
Or
common thread.
in the New York tri-state area.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what they told me. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay, let's get into it. We've got a lot of news to get to. All right. Well, here's a question for you. Why did Egyptian contractors sign a contract to rebuild Gaza back in 2021? Why did Egypt start building a massive open-air prison on their land back in 2014, right next to the border crossing with Israel? It's almost as if someone knew exactly what was about to happen to Gaza years before it actually happened. How could they make money off of this, right? Just like Ukraine, of course. On this show, we don't believe in coincidences. We'll get to this piece of the story here in a second. But first, in southern Gaza, about to be turned into a massive graveyard. It sure seems that way. Right now, the world is watching the small city of Rafah at this hour, which at least I'm watching it. I hope the rest of the world is paying attention to what's about to happen here. Here you go on the map. It's bisected by the border, of course, between Gaza and Egypt, right down the middle, just like Bluefield, West Virginia, and Bluefield, Virginia, right through the state lines. It is a border town in Gaza. It leads into Egypt. This is an area you'll recall that Israel asked all Palestinians to evacuate to. Remember this? Just a few short months ago, Israel tells Gazans to move south or risk being seen as a terrorist partner. Go south, they said. You'll be safe in the south. We will root out Hamas in the tunnels in the north. So go south. Watch.
Leaflets rained down on northern Gaza Friday, Israel telling Palestinians to move south, a sign that a ground invasion is likely coming soon. Residents packed into vehicles. More than 1 million people live in and around Gaza City. And even if people move south, there's no way out of Gaza. The border to Egypt is blocked.
So you go south, you'll be safe. Hundreds of thousands, of course, made that pilgrimage south towards Rafah, while the rest of Gaza was leveled. Now, all these people are bunched up into a choke point next to Egypt, like sitting ducks. Unintentional, of course, I'm sure. Bring everyone into like a funnel. Unintentionally, they're all in this one place.
And then you give them a month to do something
4
about
months, right? They've set up tents now to live in. There's very little food available. New video this weekend, of course, shows children begging for food through the border fence, asking Egyptian soldiers for food. Watch this heartbreaking.
No, I know what
According to journalist Vanessa Beeley, who put a lot of these pieces together, in order to cross the border into Egypt, you'll need to pay the corrupt Egyptian Sinai warlord $5,000 and $2,500 per child just to cross the border. And as you can imagine, these people have tons of extra cash laying around. So it's very easy then for them to just pull $5,000 out of their shirt pocket and pay off a corrupt Egyptian warlord. in order to cross the border to get into Egypt. Why don't they just jump the fence like they do in the United States, where instead of paying to get in, we pay you. The United States will pay you $10,000 and give you a debit card and an Obama cell phone and 3 meals a day. Well, you can't really do that because here they have a border fence. Here is the border fence between Israel, Gaza, and Egypt. Look at this massive border fence, covered in razor wire, ringed with barbed wire. There's no way to get in, of course, and if you somehow manage to climb up there and be sliced open, you'll be shot. So you will not be entering. And you'll be shot on sight. This morning, Israeli forces opened fire on people gathering to try to get food aid. Watch this. Want some food?
Sometimes you just gotta.
No food for you. This weekend, we got our clearest sign yet that Israel plans to destroy the city of Rafah, along with anything that moves. The goal is to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians from this area. You can use the term genocide if you like, but ethnic cleansing is probably more appropriate, more accurate as to what's happening here, actively removing an entire population of people from a region, come hell or high water, however you're going to remove them. All of Gaza will be under Israeli control if Benjamin Netanyahu gets his way. He told CBS this weekend that Israel will, quote, maintain its operational freedom of action in the entire Gaza Strip, he said, without a time limit. And, quote, the security perimeter being created in the Gaza Strip on the border with Israel will remain as long as there is a security need for it, end quote. Like an open-ended war, right? An open-ended war on terror?
No, I'm sure they'll end the security and, end their extensive powers there. Right?
Oh, I'm sure.
All governments do that. Once the security ends and the emergency ends.
Right.
Yeah, they'll give back that power.
They always,
I'm sure.
Exactly. What's that?
I got some bad news for you, Natalie.
Oh,
I don't think that's ever happened. Yeah, any government ever has ended anything. No.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. So ceding power back, executives ceding power back, like that's not going to happen.
No.
Even with tens of thousands of people protesting Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. And those have gotten louder and larger, and of course the mainstream media is totally ignoring that story, by the way. Why? Why are they ignoring that story? It's kind of interesting. We're just asking the question, why are they ignoring it? It's not in the news, though.
Well, even with talks of a ceasefire now, Netanyahu is saying we can't actually talk about a ceasefire because it will delay the ground invasion in Rafah, as if that was always the plan. And so those of us who can remember a few weeks back, remember that they were told to go there and that they would be safe there. So when did we all decide that a ground invasion in Rafah was a great idea? I don't remember that. It just came out of nowhere. Well, that was always the plan, right?
Right. And so basically, in other words, in perpetuity is what this will be. The security, the relinquishing of security, it's not going to happen. It's going to remain in perpetuity and taking over this entire area. Yesterday, kids were flying kites near the border with Rafah.
Well, he literally said over the weekend that total victory in the territory will come within weeks once the offensive begins. This is not even it. As horrible as it feels right now in the images that we see, it would seem they're still squatting low to jump high.
Right.
Why do you think they're giving him a whole month to do it?
From Netanyahu in a second here, but this is what happened yesterday. Take a look at your images here. Kids are out flying kites. This is this is right there is the border wall. You can see in Rafah. So kids were out flying kites because what else are they going to do? And Israeli Defense Forces decided to launch white phosphorus attacks on people gathered there, and of course, burning many tents to the ground. White phosphorus, of course, is internationally banned. But come on, what does the rule of law mean in 2024? Not much. White phosphorus is a chemical compound that is self-igniting, so when it contacts air or oxygen, it's hot enough to burn anything it touches, which becomes fuel for the fire, like human skin, clothing, tents.
Well, what do you think this phrase means, that we will maintain operational freedom? It means you will not be telling us what to do, period. We don't care who says boo, how powerful they are. We don't give an F. We're going to do what we want. Operational freedom.
So before this interview, and you can watch it in Netanyahu's face. Like, he's like, I rule. He's like, I run the United States. He's like, I do. Joe Biden is a meat puppet. I control.
No, he got fired. Come Monday. How fuck you have the balls to do that?
Control. And watch him in this interview, basically telling.
And he was like, "Oh, back."
What to do?
Like, you don't work here anymore.
This is what we're going to do. Listen to his response on how long this will take and what's about to happen in Rafah to these people.
But understand that unless we have total victory, we can't have peace. We can't leave Hamas in place. We can't leave a quarter of Hamas battalions in Rafah and say, well, that's fine.
On the issue of the hostages, as you know, time is of the essence here. So if this deal happens and there are 6 weeks of calm that go with it, does that provide an opening to end this war, or will you still go into southern Gaza, into Rafah, regardless?
Sage's tools help small business owners like Haley have more time for those precious little moments. Sage, helping business flow. Visit sage.com today.
It's very clear he does whatever he wants.
Yeah, well, victory is within reach, and you can't have victory until you eliminate Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that, once we begin the Rafah operation, the intense phase of the fighting is weeks away from completion. Not months, weeks away from completion. And that is, we've already destroyed 18 of the 24 Hamas terrorist battalions. So we have and 4 of them are concentrated in Rafah. We can't leave the last Hamas stronghold without taking care of it. Obviously, we have to do it. But understand, too, that I've asked the Army to submit to me a double plan. First, to evacuate, to enable the evacuation of the Palestinian civilians in
evacuation
Gaza.
center?
And
Fuck you.
Obviously, second, to destroy the remaining
Fucking
Hamas
monster.
battalions. That gets us a real distance towards the completion of our victory. And that, we're not going to give it up.
Once we get started, once the intense part hasn't started.
Yeah, well, my point is, the intense part hasn't started.
I think he's lying. I think he's fucking talking his ass.
We haven't even seen the intense part.
I think he's
That's
full
what I'm
of
saying.
it.
All the world right now is paying attention to this. Ireland paying attention to this. Countries across Europe are paying attention to this and saying, enough is enough here. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Go ahead, Philip.
It already.
I want to know which one of the military generals on that double plan put using white phosphorus on civilians as part of the relocation portion of that double plan they have to evacuate the refugees.
Where was that written down?
Right, and also this is, I mean, absolute journalistic. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Staff.
Garbage. I mean, you don't. I don't know what the phrase I'm looking for. You don't ask that question of him. Like, why are they using white phosphorus? We have the video of it. How is that? It's illegal. How are you using this on the people in Rafah right now? Where you, by the way, you told them to go there. They have nowhere else to go, and they're not getting food and water. You sent them there. You dropped leaflets, told them to go there, and now you're also shooting them. How does this work? And they can't get through a wall because you have corrupt Egyptian warlords who won't let you through unless you pay $5,000. You see how this is working?
Also, what about those hostages that you have served and have had for years and years? The Israeli hostages are not the only hostages that the world should care about. So what about them?
So the timing of all this is very fishy. And as I mentioned earlier, in the year 2014, 10 years ago, Egypt started kicking people out of their homes in Rafah. Let me repeat that. In 2014, 10 years ago, Egypt started kicking people out of their homes in Rafah on the Egyptian side, tearing them down. God, why would that happen? Residents were outraged at the time, demanding the government compensate them for their smash fires. Then in the year 2021, Ibrahim al-Arjani, who is very close to the son of Egypt's President al-Sisi, was awarded the rebuilding contract for Gaza. Interesting. That's correct. Egypt has monopoly on rebuilding Gaza. So Egypt has a monopoly on rebuilding Gaza? We know this thanks to Israeli news agency Haaretz, which exposed this monopoly that Egypt has over Gaza reconstruction. Again, reconstruction. It's almost as if they knew it was going to happen, right? It's crazy. So Egypt seems very keen on making a lot of money off of this war. Then a few months ago, something even fishier happened. Construction started on a massive walled open-air prison on the Egyptian side of the border country, being built by the same guys that are about to off of Gaza reconstruction. Now, here you can see cranes, wall construction beginning. This video has been shared by multiple news outlets now. We haven't independently confirmed it, to be clear, but these are being shared by other news outlets to say this is construction on this section right here next to the border wall.
And to be fair, there is a lot of construction in the Sinai region. A lot of tourists.
Yeah, but this is literally next to the wall. This is adjacent to the wall and for a sole purpose. Forget all the Saudi money and everything else that's in other parts of the Sinai. This is specifically construction benefiting this individual that we've been talking about, Al-Arjani, but also right in a partnership with Israel. And this is on the Egyptian side of the border fence at Rafah. As you can see here in white, take a look at the satellite imagery here. So that white, keep this up on the screen for a little bit if you would, Philip, here. See the red line there. What's amazing about this is that after the 2005 Philadelphia Accord, Israel was given control over this area. Egypt gave control of its own land over to Israel. So who or what do you think will be soon living in this giant rectangle? Guys, what do you guys think? This giant wall, open air prison. Who's going to be living in this giant rectangle, or I guess you would call that a, what is that, a trapezoid?
It's a trapezoid.
Trapezoid. So this is the giant open air prison that's being built right now by Egypt on the border. Who do you think is going to be living in this walled city here? Who? You guys can't guess. It's going to be the Palestinians, right? Who else is going to be living in this plush surrounding, surrounded by Israeli guards, right?
Who's the surviving Palestinians?
Right. Who's left over who will not be killed will wind up in this trapezoid here. The giant walled open air prison. So even CNN had the balls to expose this corruption. Excuse me, I said corruption. I meant construction. Egypt is building a new walled buffer zone more than 2 miles wide on Gaza border, satellite images show. And they took it a step further, did CNN. You can't believe this. Who is the main builder who is benefiting from building this prison in the so-called buffer zone? Yes, according to CNN, it's the same Ibrahim El-Arjani who owns some of the largest construction companies in Egypt. Now, according to the news reports, he has very close ties to Egyptian intel agency, and he receives basically his marching orders from them, according to these reports. According to Vanessa Beeley, he is the man controlling this border crossing, charging $5,000 per person to cross. And according to the Sinai Foundation, they describe this massive open-air way. The Sinai Foundation obtained information through a relevant source that indicates the construction work currently taking place in eastern Sinai is intended to create a high-security, gated, and isolated area near the borders with Gaza Strip in preparation for the reception of Palestinian refugees in the case of the mass exodus of the citizens of Gaza Strip.
Just in case.
So these people will be forced out of Gaza, across the border crossing, into this new open-air prison built by Egypt and controlled by the Israeli Defense Forces. So even if they make it to Egypt, they'll still be guarded by Israel. Does anyone else find this incredibly fascinating that after the Philadelphia Accords in 2005, Egypt ceded control of their own sovereign territory, this section of land, to Israel? Like, this is Egyptian land. But Israel has control over it. Does anyone else find this interesting? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very U.S.-like, you know?
Yes,
Exactly.
I do.
Yes.
Excuse me.
I mean, all right. But so the U.S. would never give up control. I mean, the U.S. would never give up control of its land in this way to another sovereign country.
Yes, we are. Have you not heard of the legal immigrants crossing over into?
Oh, okay.
We're doing exactly that.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's right.
So I guess that's the way of the world now.
I guess that's right. Let us know what you think.
It's only been 7 million, though, so that's not.
Yeah. This is unbelievable.
No, I mean, the distinction here, though, is Well, it's hard to make distinctions. I was going to say, do we destroy their homeland? Yeah, we do that. Okay. Do we destroy their economy so they have to leave? Yeah, we do that too. But we don't. But see, one of the questions that has been asked to Israel, if you're so concerned about these Palestinians, evacuate them into Israel. And that's never been even a question, right? Nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to chase them out and have this land as we've always wanted it.
Right. So they'll be cast out completely, and then they'll live in this little trapezoid controlled by Israeli defense forces inside of Egypt.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives a foreshadowing of people they plan on letting live in Palestine because they all have to fit in that 2-mile square.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah. Well, we'll be watching this very closely over the next few days because this is about to get even more serious than it already is. And how many more people need to die in order for someone to step in and say enough is enough. I mean, the United States could immediately step in and say, no way, enough. And we're not doing it. And Joe Biden is out to lunch, of course, not concerned about this in the least. We've got more news to get to here on your Monday. We're going to be looking at NATO greenlighting attacks inside of Russia. Jens Stoltenberg, the head of NATO, just gave Ukraine carte blanche, start sending long-range weapons into Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, fucking.
And according to reports tonight, same Ukraine, by the way, that tried to target and kill Tucker Carlson with an IED while he was in Moscow, trying to target his vehicle. And that plot was foiled, according to sources tonight, inside of Russia. Unbelievable. So this is the same people we're going to send money to and support going after Tucker Carlson. That's what happens. Okay. We're going to get there in a second. We're going to talk about that. But first, right now, do you find yourself with a substantial amount of extra cash that's currently sitting?
I thought you were going to say debt.
Returns? Maybe you're like so nervous about what's happening in other, what's going on right now with inflation or other things, and you have it sitting in a savings account.
Clayton, you ruin everything in life.
Okay.
But where's any clean source of energy that we're not going to look at and go, well, look, you may think it's clean, but here's what it involves, either mining or whatever. It's like, it seems to me the only way we're going to get everywhere is to just have the sun power everything.
Right. And we're working on that, actually. The solar panels, of course, are becoming more efficient. But to make the solar panels, you need silicon, and you need lithium for that too. So we have to get those from somewhere. There's hydrogen, which is the cleanest burning fuel because when it burns, it produces nothing but water. But we also have to produce the hydrogen. And the hydrogen economy is something that is being explored, how we can produce hydrogen cheaply. And one can do with solar power. And you just run electricity through water, and if you get the electricity from solar power, then you can produce hydrogen from the water, and that burns very clean. But
is there a but in it?
Well, the but is that then you have to have huge solar panels, and right now we're not equipped to do that. But hydrogen also occurs actually naturally deep within the earth, and they're exploring that. And that would be another form of natural gas. And that would be great if it could be brought to the surface in significant amounts. But right now, it's too deep and you can dig down far enough. But again, that's probably a technology that can be solved. Anyway, I just want to mention one other thing before I leave it today. As you know, there's the Nuit Blanche that the city of Montreal organizes. And usually there's all kinds of events. And in the chemistry department here, we annually do hold an event in conjunction with the Nuit Blanche and invite people to come to see some really interesting chemical shows with bangs and flames and including some lithium. And if you take metallic lithium, drop it into water, boy, you ever get an orgasmic experience. So anyway, that's this Saturday, and there's two shows in English. There's 6:30 and 8:30, and in French at 7:30 and at 10.
And where is it?
It's in the Automath Chemistry Building, which is on the corner of Sherbrooke and University, and of course it's free.
Okay, well, that's fun. Okay, so those of you interested want to go there. Maybe Dr. Joey will let you drop some lithium and some water, and good luck. Joe, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. This is 24 hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Fish.
Wait, this is all included?
Yep.
And this too?
That's right. All of it.
Oh, and this?
Even it.
Oh, it comes for pretty penny.
Nope, $89.
Wow, only that?
Only that. Switch to Bell and get 500 internet and the best TV service with 10 channels of your choice, including sports networks and even Crave for only $89 a month. For details and to check availability, call 310 Bell. Bell, switching just got better.
There are all kinds of reasons a couple might be having trouble with intimacy. Men, especially, often feel like they're not up to the task of talking about it, that is. But that's the most important part. Talk about it with your partner and then book a consultation at elmasexualwellness.com. Help is available, always with respect and discretion, in the Cary Square and on Boulevard St. Joseph in Fresno. Take a break from your usual online activity and visit elmasexualwellness.com.
You're listening to the voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, and the iHeart radio station.
Good morning, it's 1 o'clock. I'm James Foster with your CTV News update. There's a handful of warnings from Environment Canada about the next 24 hours or so with how warm and then very cold it's going to get. The rain can potentially slow here as well. 10 degrees right now downtown. We'll go over all the other details in just a bit. Here's what's looking easy. Proposed Quebec regulations that would require more French marking on consumer products will lead to fewer choices and higher costs for things such as home appliances, or at least this is according to an industry group of Montreal lawyers. They say under existing law, permanent markings, such as those that are engraved upon the wells, are permitted to be in a language other than French unless they are related to product safety. However, the draft regulation released last month would end that exception and now require French markings if they're necessary for the use of the product. And Elle Boyan is an intellectual property lawyer at Askin, and she says that just many products won't be available here in Quebec because of this law.
In certain sectors, we may see up to 75 to 90% of consumer goods that will no longer be available to Quebec consumers. And so ostensibly what that will create is just product shortages, longer wait times for delivery of goods, for receiving repair, service parts, etc.
Now, the government has suggested that manufacturers could use stickers to cover English markings with French ones, but the Home Appliance Manufacturers Association says that stickers can't be placed on touchscreens or over markings on buttons as well, that stickers could pose a safety hazard if they're near heat sources. No school on Eclipse Day at yet another school board. Lester B. Pearson board saying that schools and daycare services will be closed on April the 8th, but it will be removing a pet day that had been previously scheduled on March the 18th in order to make up for the new trend of Eclipse Days. The MSB, Riverside, and Sir Wilfrid Laurier school boards have all done the same thing. In history as the warmest February 27th on record in Montreal, hitting just shy of 15 degrees in the afternoon, beating the previous record that was set 24 years ago, year 2000. A daytime high of 10.9 degrees. And the forecast high for today of 13 degrees, well, that could be another record setter. And why not? Let's just go straight to the Dormez-vous Weather Center today, because there are just a handful of alerts at the top of the Environment Canada forecast. So there's a wind warning because the wind will be howling tonight. 90 kilometers an hour is expected for the evening hours here in the Montreal area. And then the cold. is setting in. So yeah, daytime high today projected to be 13 degrees, which could be another record setter.
freezing.
But then we drop. It is a sharp drop. Minus 13 overnight. There are periods of rain through the day today. That means, well, there's a flash freeze warning for the Montreal area as well. There could eventually be some snow mixed in there. That means your Thursday could be very, very slippery at the start of the day. High of -7, and then temperatures get spring-like from there. It's 9 degrees downtown. Your next update is at 2.
Silver and Gold for Cash will pay the best rate, guaranteed for all unwanted or broken jewelry. They'll beat all competition, and you'll receive cash for your gold and silver on the spot. Go to Leonardo da Vinci Tuesday to Saturday 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com.
And where you can find a chiropractor close to you. Be well informed. Prevent injuries. Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
Putting off surgery for back pain? Need medications to get through the day? Back pain, stenosis, and sciatica used to mean surgery and medications. Richard Kim Medicine, the region's regenerative medicine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No surgery, no medication. Get back home and get back to living. Richard Kim Medicine. Medicine that moves you.
For a free consultation, call 514-657-8919. RichardKimMedicine.com. 514-657-8919.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAG 800 or Bell Media.
Oh my god.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Rory. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, UFOs in the Bible. Here's what's happening. Well, normally we don't handle presidential primaries, but this is a big one in Michigan. President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump won their respective parties' Michigan's presidential primaries tonight. And the two candidates continue marching toward a likely rematch in November. Dr. John Curtis, online columnist with us. John, the big story is former President Trump. He just keeps knocking them down, doesn't he?
Oh, boy, does he ever. Strike after strike after strike. And, you know, George, the most remarkable thing that people are witnessing right now, I really think they should pay attention to this because it is a major story. This man has just had in court somebody slap him with $355 million or $450 million, whatever they're adding it up to. He's facing this hush money thing. He's facing, the racketeering charges, the charges that he orchestrated January 6th, that he, violated the Espionage Act. He's under the gun, and this guy keeps rolling on the campaign trail. And if you listen to any of his speeches, this guy is delivering the most remarkable campaign speeches and rallies with crowds that are unprecedented in terms of size. And this win against Nikki, first of all, Nikki Haley is, she's completely run out of gas. Like, you know, you can put a fork in her, and yet, you know, you look at her when she speaks in front of a camera, it's like she's gonna crack. She knows that it's a fake campaign right now.
Well, she lost last week in her own state of South Carolina.
She sure did, but you know, the deep staters, the anti-Trumpers, the never-Trumpers are financing her to continue. She has no business continuing. She says she's going to hang in there until, you know, and reevaluate things after March 5th. But she's going to have her clock cleaned on March 5th when this rolls around. I think when you look at the unprecedented accomplishment of Trump to be able to off at a time when people are suffering. It's true, George, the stock market is rallying. That's the narrative coming out of Wall Street. But everybody else in the country, and I'm talking about on Main Street, people who go into the market have to buy hamburger meat and vegetables to feed their families. They understand that the prices have doubled under Biden over the last several years. It's an outrage. And when Biden gets up and he starts talking about wonderful the economies, tell that to somebody who's got to buy a car right now or has to buy a home at these 7% plus mortgage rates or these whopping 20 to 26% credit card rates right now. The consumer, the average American citizen, is being murdered under Biden. And these foreign wars and the Ukraine war where Biden is pressing and pushing this poor Mike Johnson to to the demand for another $60 billion that's thrown down a rattle because nobody believes the U.S. is going to defeat the Russian Federation. It's absolute poppycock on the part of Biden.
So are you amazed, though, at the strength of Donald Trump right now?
It's remarkable. Yes, I am.
Don Curtis, OnlineColumnist.com. Macy's has confirmed that its flagship store fronting San Francisco's Union Square is among dozens of locations it's considering closing. Closure would mark yet another retail loss in the struggling shopping district there, which has been a steady stream of stores calling it quits ever since the COVID-19 pandemic. The news came only hours after Macy's said in a statement posted online that it plans to shut down 150 of its weakest stores nationwide, 50 closing by the end of this year, another 100 by the end of 2026. It's going to concentrate on its remaining 350 stores. Apple Inc. is canceling a decade-long effort to build an electric car, according to people with knowledge of the matter, abandoning one of the most ambitious projects in the history of that company. Electronics giant Sony has said it will be cutting 900 jobs or 8% in PlayStation's global workforce. The layoffs will impact all regions for Sony Interactive Entertainment, with its in-house London studio responsible for the competitive singing video game SingStar closing entirely. Expert Catherine Austin Fitz with us here. Catherine, is this a sign of the times with these high-tech companies?
Well, I think it's a combination of things, George, but the consumer, if you look at what's happening with defaults and credit cards, the consumer is really tapped out. But it's true that video games and through the pandemic have really, particularly the PlayStations, have flatlined. So it's going to be very interesting because for years it was growing. And projections are still that video gaming is growing, but it's very hard when the economy turns down like this and times are tough.
Turn up for what?
This is a real signal that the consumer is falling.
I think of Macy's closing all their stores, 150 stores.
I'm going to be a tough guy. We have seen two administrations that have done everything they can to destroy Main Street. And, I call it the great poisoning. You've done a series of different things that really have made people sick and lowered life expectancies. And during the pandemic, there was a tremendous effort to shut down all the small business and small farms and shift the market share to corporations. Health was an excuse to do a great taking. So When you systematically engineer the destruction of the middle class, it's hard for stores that serve the middle class to continue to survive.
Catherine's website, Solari.com. Thank you, Catherine. In a moment, astrologer Mark Lerner joins us to talk about the year ahead on Coast to Coast AM.
Welcome to Very Obvious Answers, thoughtfully presented by Virgin Plus. Shall we begin? Of course. Do you think internet should be affordable? Surely. Does affordable internet without long-term contracts sound appealing? Clearly. And most importantly, where do you get affordable internet? Virgin Plus, obviously. Get affordable internet with no long-term contracts starting from $35 a month. Conditions apply. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain. Meldrum the Mover.
Well, a Meldrum move is a mighty fine move at a price you can't afford. Tell 'em, girl.
Yeah, we pack it, we ship it, we unpack it, we set you up again. Meldrum the Mover. Local and long distance.
What?
It's a Meldrum mover. You know how to move it, you apparently have a band as well.
Okay.
Meldrum mover.
Food ready.
Yeah, ready.
I made coffee. Yay. I didn't make as good as yours, but what? Hello?
Yeah.
What?
Why can't I get into my Netflix? It says this TV is not on the account. Well, what's going on? How did you set this up?
How did I set what up, Dom?
It says this TV is not. I can't get on Netflix.
Can I not just come fix it tomorrow?
Hey?
Can I not come fix it tomorrow? Are you on yours or mine? Because there's two on there, eh?
Well, I don't know what's going on. So it says you use remote. It says choose how to sign in, use phone. But then I need to scan the code and confirm this on your phone.
No, it should ask you to send you a verification code either to my phone number or my email.
Yeah, I put in the Pixelgasm email. It says it doesn't recognize that email.
What?
I mean, why would it just switch over like that?
What do you mean? Why would it just switch over like that? Why are you freaking out?
I'm not freaking out. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it right this second. Like,
Even the phone that was asking me the 2234 number, which you don't have.
yes, I do. What are you talking about? Yes, I do.
But you never use it.
Well, no, it's because I need to put it in a different phone. Right now, it's in the same phone as Jens. That's why. If there's something that should say send an email to my Pixelgasm.
Pixelgasm is a G.
SUM. It's because ever since Netflix changed so that everybody has to pay for like the account, because before everyone was just giving out their Netflix to their friends. So now they make everybody on the account. That's why we had to what?
I was just watching it, I fell asleep, and then this bullshit comes up. I don't get it. I was watching it earlier. I fell asleep, now I can't sleep.
It's just making you verify your TV. It's just making you verify your TV, probably. So that people don't use it in multiple places.
Why won't it give me the fucking password?
The password?
I want the password to fucking Ustream mode here. I can't use the phone, obviously. But now Pixel doesn't. Why can I not fix it? It's going straight to the password.
You can just watch something else for now, like until tomorrow.
What else? What else do I have?
Oh, God. Jesus. Melodramatic.
Back there. Okay. How about I shut this son of a bitch up? Okay, never mind.
I'll come fix it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
You fuck up his Netflix?
Yeah, but it's just being a cranky baby.
I'm not even on it. I'm still watching Dirt.
It's just fucking Netflix making you verify your TV.
I want you to open up a new account. I mean, a new
Profile?
Yeah.
No. No, just because I watch it in two different places, fuck off. I have 2 accounts on there. I pay for both of them separately, so they can fuck off. Did you need to go out to pee?
You go pee?
I think you do.
I put them right there and just lay down. Sir.
Go pee?
Sir.
Go pee. Okay. Hi, big butt. Yeah, I see your big butt. Go pee. It's super nice out. Come see. Come. Go pee. Go pee. Go pee. Outside? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh,
Your phone is
oh, okay. Go.
Go pee or go for yourself.
Balls.
I like them.
You like saucers more?
Because the saucers?
Saucers?
So,
Mm-hmm.
I think, I don't know if I should do that. I'm starting to think that we're going to start the hardcore character.
Okay. I thought we were about to like talk about something like actually. No, you made it sound like it's gonna be like a big thing. Like,
No, I'm trying to just focus on today me problem. Yeah, that's problem.
Isn't that great being able to do that? Just being like,
Yeah.
I will deal with that when I feel like dealing with that.
Well, I don't have a choice no more. If I think about it now, I'm just going to be stressed until I do it. So,
No, my fucking stone fell out.
Dustin, you should remove your ring when you do dishes. I didn't say it like that. Should have done the frown. Hungry. What to eat?
No.
I'm not going over there.
What?
I'm not going over there.
Well, it looks like you are.
No.
Oh, I'm missing my shoe.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's just the old dude.
Can I have Coke? It's not funny.
What's going on, eh?
Oh, just once, baby. Come on now. You know?
Oh.
We'll be fine just once. I've been good for a year.
Oh no, because it's very accurate.
That's exactly how it goes. It's good to do.
Yeah,
I'll be
but,
fine.
like,
I'll be okay. I'll be
In the
okay.
next 6 months, you're doing it every fucking day. Like,
Okay. Didn't do crystal meth for 5 years, and I'm like, I'll be fine. You know, I'm okay. I'm gonna just do it once. I do it once, and I've been smoking meth for the next 4 years.
no, Jennifer. Jennifer told me the only two you don't take, or the only two you don't even try, is crack and heroin.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't try them.
Really around before. That's why.
You try them, or then either you do them or you don't. Because there's no like on off. There's no occasional.
Yeah, that's it.
It's either you're a heroin junkie or you're not.
Like you do
A bit of
once
heroin.
in a while. Like, I'll do some heroin today, you know? I feel like it.
Yeah, the boomer generation is like that though. Boomer generation, like they're like, oh yeah, once a year I go and I just like go to like this random field and just do a bunch of hard drugs and shit. It's my me day. It's like, okay.
That's I'm gonna say it lightly.
What?
It's
Mm-hmm.
what they do. Like, oh, let's go ahead, bunch of deals, sniff a bunch of deals, and like, I'll fuck them, and that's what they think it's cool.
That was not necessary.
Well, that's the thing.
That was not necessary.
Fucking rotten.
Speaking of, he actually just sent me a spam message.
Cool.
Tim?
For Bigfoot?
It's kind of look like actually.
I think. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. I received it too.
It's like a game or something.
No,
or
it's a hookup thingy like.
Is it? Oh, fucking no! I didn't read
Facebook
it.
on Messenger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't read it though.
I went to see where messaged me, and you can see it's all those people, Allen's in there. I recognize a lot of name in there.
No, it's not a group message. It's something else then.
Oh. Fine. Something else.
Oh yeah. Super attractive.
Right.
Oh, it's funny. There's this video I was watching. Let's just turn that down. Dom, oh my god. Yes. What?
It says choose not to sign in. I spelled pixel at hotmail.com, right?
Yeah.
Well, really? So what's the password?
What's the password for Netflix?
It's your Anthony 77 something like that.
Should be Anthony $77 $.
Really?
With a capital A. Really?
Capital A.
Yeah. I think I even told him that once where I was like, by the way, you're my password for a bunch of shit. He was like, what? Yeah. You're just gonna pass out right away again anyway. Like,
I'm not gonna pass out. I'm wide awake, and I'm very annoyed.
I can see that.
Yeah, so that's why I need the TV to get my mind off things. Because right now I'm about to touch a fucking wall. Anthony 77 and the dollar sign. Why do you have to make it so complicated?
I don't make it complicated. Netflix makes it complicated. It makes me make that password.
No, the password. It's Netflix. You don't have to make it like. Where's the dollar sign?
It tells me I can't use ascending or descending numbers. Like I can't do 1, 2, 3. Or I can't do consecutive numbers. They have a bunch of like fucking stupid ass fucking. Oh, I can't reuse passwords apparently. Okay, so I can go? Thank you. Bye. God.
You fixed it?
Yes. He was such an asshat about it.
So I guess I won't go on mine just to be sure I don't fuck it up for tonight.
No, it should be fine. Like, because there's 2 accounts. I paid for 2 accounts. Like, they charge me more for having 2 people on
the
it.
thing is, like, I'm on the PS4, you're on the computer here, he's on TV over there, so that's
Yeah, it kicks you off of one. Yes.
Need a tiny little pics I can stick this up.
Plate right there. What? You asked for a plate. I'll give you a plate.
For a sausage. That's why I'm like a tiny little plate.
Oh my god.
This is a fucking joke, right?
What?
No, my TV isn't part of the Netflix household for this account.
What?
We're just doing for my life.
Oh my god. Okay. It should say send a verification code or send an email or a phone number.
Yeah, but now I have to choose either create an account, update Netflix household.
Yes.
Update Netflix household. How to watch on this? Update my Netflix household. There. Let's make sure this is your account. Okay, so now it says either send email.
Yeah, send the email.
Email is next. Email or text like that?
Email.
Okay, there, send email. And if you send an email to the owner of this account there.
Yes, this was me. Update Nexus household. There you go.
Okay. Well, when we first set up Netflix, I thought it was on my account. That's because you set up that second TV, right?
No. Oh no, it was because it was on my account. We did set up on my account, but there's 2 profiles on it. And when they decided to make it so you need to pay for both profiles, because everyone was giving away their Netflix to their friends, so like a bunch of people were not paying for Netflix for fucking years.
Yeah, but that's why my rate goes up to $19 a month.
What?
If you put a second profile.
That was like fucking like 2 years ago.
Well, that was a while back. Yeah, like last year, I noticed my Netflix is $19 a month. I figured you added, but why did you create this problem on my TV here? Because originally it wasn't on Pixel Gas, it was on my, no?
No, I don't think so.
Anyways.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Fuck.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
No, it's not.
Well, it's Netflix's fault. I know that, but But I give you a sausage, sir. Why are you looking at it like you don't know what it is?
Do you want me to make him beef?
Sir.
I can make you beef. You want food? I'll make you food. God, such a fucking babby. The end of the fucking world because of fucking Netflix. And I guarantee you.
It's been like that for 3 weeks. And,
But he does the
even
same
more.
thing. He does the same thing.
And just today when you came upstairs, like, baby.
He does the same thing that I do. Where I wake up and then I put the TV on and then like within 5 minutes I fall back asleep.
Yeah.
Like that, and I know that's what he's gonna do.
But not just that. You're like, as soon as something comes in the vicinity of your television, you fucking wake up and I go, ah, what's going on?
Scaring the dog.
Whatever, go eat your sausage.
I'll make you food, Bobby.
That's scary, didn't even fucking budge.
I just saw him flinch. Causing a ruckus.
Make it
This is my soul.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
Not you. Someone keeps fucking calling me at 1:30 in the morning over the fucking Netflix.
Oh, it is 1:30 in the morning. What the fuck? You're like, you could be sleeping for all he knows.
He doesn't give a fuck. He does not care. He does not care. Well, there was one time when you were working during the summer, and you were going to work every day, and like at 11 o'clock, he called me. I'm like, what? And he was like, what do you mean, what? I'm like, I'm sleeping. What do you want? And he was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
he's like, oh, I don't know you're sleeping. You're never sleeping. I'm like, fuck you.
I sleep every night.
I sleep every fucking night, asshole.
Yeah.
Like, what do you fucking want from me? My dog queen.
Have a lot of fun. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
Contact in the Desert will be happening this year, and I will be speaking there. This is going to be a
You hear about the moon landing?
Save the date. It's May
Yeah, we're on it.
The thing fell over. And it's slowly dying.
Oh, because it got solar panels and shit?
I honestly, I don't know.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Because the solar panels are not directed to the sun, so they cannot have power, so it's dying off. It happens all the time.
You know how much money? They spent $100 million on
Because
this.
cosmic winds.
$100 million.
They didn't think of cosmic winds.
They literally are like money well spent. Money well spent. Now we know.
Yeah, it's like every time they have one step ahead, and they're like, we know now, and that's it. That's just for the whole of it. Like it's humanity going ahead in science.
Like,
you
you
can't
know
stop
what?
someone for doing that. It's funny.
The first time I watched the rocket, the SpaceX rockets, and they're all trying to land on the platform, so they got a montage or like what do you call it? A collection of fucking like trying to land the fucking little rocket that Elon Musk makes, and it's fucking hilarious at first, and then after a while I'm like, oh my god, how much money does it cost? Like, who pays for this? Every time they need to make a new fucking rocket,
Right? Every time.
Smoking, low
Okay, I'll leave it to the dog,
hormones,
but-
stress, sleep disorders,
Wait, what?
or your age.
Wait, what? Why?
Why not? He misses you. You're making food. He said it the whole time.
The stem cell
Okay.
is a cell waiting to be told what it needs
Bring
to
him
do.
back up.
If there is inflammation,
Well-
that inflammation needs to be stopped. High
back up.
blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney
I'll come
disease,
sit upstairs with
various
Fuck
with
his
him.
feelings.
When I bring his food up, I'll come
Fuck
sit
his
with him.
feelings.
Nick.
I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch anything. This thing fell. Bring the dog.
Why? Look, he wants to go with you. What's up, Jack?
But I tell you,
It's that fuck.
starting to function better at 24 hours. You put a gap come along with it, and more can feel within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit.
your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptive Stem and 80 Stem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
I'm Aquaman. I'm a warrior and father and a king of the
Crave this home to the latest hit movies like Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, starring Jason Momoa.
Aquaman is rise.
And Nicole Kidman.
Great magic. Writing.
Oh boy, indeed.
Switch to Bell and get 500 internet and the best TV
Yeah, I'm
service
working on
with 10
it.
channels of your choice, plus Crave for only $89 a month. For more details and to check availability, call
Into it on your own.
Bell. Switching just got better.
Well, that's what you got until I make you food.
Having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium
Everyone the wet thing.
in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their families.
What? Stepping on the wet towel?
.ca. Restaurant Petros Taverna,
Please.
mouth-watering Greek cuisine near you. The freshest fish, lamb chops, grilled octopus, a Montreal favorite now. 5
lose my
locations,
shit.
including Waterfront and Lachine. Restaurantpetros.ca.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Kimmel with some exciting news.
I hate
Guess
you.
who's hosting the Oscars again? No, it's me. Never mind.
Yep, Jimmy Kimmel is hosting the Oscars live Sunday, March 10th.
Fuck. Ugh. My hair's falling out. What? My hair. Shut.
The promise of a national pharmacare program intended to give all Canadians better and cheaper access to medicine is beginning to crumble before it's even been implemented. The Alberta government now says it's not interested in the federal plan. Neither is Quebec. The federal government is expected to table the first piece of pharmacare legislation this week, which would cover the cost of diabetes medicine and birth control. David Aiken explains why 2 provinces are saying no thanks.
Well, Donna, for Quebec, this is standard operating procedure. It has been opting out of the federal government program for decades. But when it does, Quebec generally receives compensation from Ottawa to set up its own provincial program that will match the one that Ottawa was offering. But with the National Pharmacare Program, another province, Alberta, is ready to follow Quebec's lead.
We want to avoid the bureaucracy. I don't think the federal government
I love this.
understands
Quebec wants to separate for like decades, and they're like, yeah, okay. Alberta's like, yeah, well, we want to separate. And they're like, no.
Alberta is ready to use it to enhance.
They'll come back and be like, hey, it's our idea. That's our thing. We're the ones who want to separate. Well, we want to separate too now. Where does all the money come from? Not Quebec. Especially not anymore.
The decision taken by Premier Danielle Smith's government in a political light.
She just wants to own the libs.
I'm gonna go kill
That's really
people.
all I think it is.
Okay.
With guns.
The federal plan could save him.
I don't know what it's gonna do. Yeah.
I think it would save a lot of people a lot of money.
We're gonna be
I don't see her problem
If you're paying daily for a
Taste
life
my lips.
saving
You're like,
medicine,
Coke.
you factor that into your decision on where to live.
Kristen Stringer has 2 kids with type 1 diabetes, and
It's about you and my game, bud. You tell
they
me.
may have to leave.
I don't know why I heard type 1 diabetes.
Taekwondo?
Type 1 diabetes.
May not be able to receive coverage as adults.
As for the federal health minister,
I thought it was funny.
everyone's getting ahead of themselves.
The first thing I would say is everybody just needs to take a pause. For provinces to say whether or not they're going to participate in something or not, when they don't even know what it is a little premature.
And Ottawa says the legislation, which will contain answers about timelines, coverage levels, compensation for provinces opting out, that could be tabled as early as Thursday. Done.
Okay, David in Ottawa, thank you.
Oh. So lost the ways of life. What?
I know.
I love you.
I love you, baby.
At least it's not one that's talking.
Hello, and welcome to this talk, Tuesday, the 22nd of February. Now, I want to read you a quotation from a report from a parliamentary group in my country, the United Kingdom. We feel compelled to conclude that the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency has indeed become an enabler for the pharmaceutical industry, with patient safety no longer being its primary concern. Now, we really hope this is a glimmer of light in the land of hope and glory and mother of the free. The dawn's early light is perhaps shining a little illumination onto which might have been not very well illuminated in the past. Let's look at it now. Really quite an influential, and I really hope a turning point. I really hope this is not the agonal gasps of a once great and functional parliamentary democracy, that there is some truth starting to come out at last. Let's look at some of the detail now. So that's the quotation there from the group. Medicines regulators failed to flag COVID vaccine side effects as the headline and must be urgently investigated. So the group want urgent investigation into our regulatory agency. This is from an all-party parliamentary group, APPG, on the pandemic response and recovery. Now 25 members of parliament in there. Thank goodness at least 25 of them are doing their job.
Yeah.
Unlike others that could be mentioned that walk out when certain MPs get up to state the fairly obvious, which is disappointing, of course. Believes the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency are aware of heart and clotting issues in February 2021. February 2021. But did not highlight the problems for several months. Well. I'm being sarcastic here because I'm absolutely furious. This is the time I was vaccinated.
Wow. Not vaccinated.
Many of you were vaccinated.
Not
This
vaccinated.
is the time many people were vaccinated.
Idiots.
And they knew, according to the suspicions of
Fucking
this
idiot.
report, they knew. And yet, allowed us to carry on.
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed to put toxic poison in my body, but you guys can fucking shoot me up with mystery drugs. No thanks. Like,
Well, they did nothing to highlight the problem for Frederick, but within a day, telegraphic in the next state, over 5 seconds, UK, and this was the letter. Today, this is going to show you now, from the pandemic and the whole letter is there for your reason. And this is very straightforward. It's refreshing. Now, this is what the group say, some of the highlights from their letter. Right regarding seriously concerns about the approach of the Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency. The patient safety. and also problems in the system that, far from protecting patients, continues to put them at serious risk. Words are important here. Continues to put them at serious risk. Right. Words are important here. Continues to put them at serious risk. Right. This means, according to this parliamentary group, if you live in the UK now, you are still at serious risk from the failures and inadequacies of the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, which is there to protect us. So we naively thought. Continues to put us at serious risk. That's nasty. This is a matter of urgency. This thing here, Primidose, that was a pregnancy check of induced menstruation. Sodium valproate caused appalling fecal damage.
What?
Pelvic mesh. Some of the disasters in my country that were picked up late in medical interventions.
Oh,
we also believe that the MHR, Medicines and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency, is at the heart of these far wider endemic failings. And that those cited in the letter merely represent the tip of a sizable iceberg of failure.
Just tip.
Sizable iceberg of failure. This is not pleasant read by any means, but it is quite a relief because it expresses the suspicions that many of us have had for a couple of years now. So that's good to see. The yellow card scheme, which of course is the way that we supposedly report adverse reactions.
Supposedly.
Yellow card scheme is failing patients. We are being failed. Hospital admissions are caused by complications of adverse drug reactions, 16.5%. So this is saying that 16.5% of hospital admissions are caused by adverse drug reactions. And it all goes on to say, while analysis of inpatient stays in hospital has shown that 15% of patients, this is inpatients, experience one or more adverse drug reaction, with half being either definitely or possibly avoided. So these are things that are avoidable. 16.5% of hospital admissions. Just imagine we could reduce hospital admissions overnight by 16.5%. That would help, wouldn't it? That would really, really help. Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review report was called First to No Harm, of course. Anyway, they go on to say, we heard about a system that cannot be relied on to identify promptly significant adverse outcomes arising from a medication or device. So this is talking about the MHRA. The system cannot be relied on to, because it needs to be prompt, doesn't it? We can't wait till people die before we go to side effects. Or can we? Significant adverse outcomes arising from medication or device. It's clear that there is gross underreporting. Gross underreporting.
Like achy, like
terrible. Of a lot. And our complaint system are both too complex and too diffuse to allow early signal detection. This is the raison d'etre of this system, to allow early signal detection. Underreporting hinders the ability to detect signals and assign causation. So we need to be able to assign causation. What is causing a particular effect? People have complained to me over the past couple of years of hundreds of different symptoms. And very often it's not obvious to me just by talking to them or even looking at some of their blood results what is causing these adverse events, because we are only able to link this with possible causation. We don't have the data to do this.
Flipper babies.
Fumbling around in the dark a lot of the time. Cost to patient safety, just of such an unreliable system, can be measured in needless fatalities.
Oh my God, politicians
That
die?
means people die needlessly because of this system. Needless fatalities.
Oh my God,
Considerable burden on the quality of life for survivors. I've met people whose lives have been destroyed, of course. We've interviewed them on this channel. And £2.2 billion worth of strain on NHS England alone. Only 1 in 12 patients are aware that they can report or suspect an adverse reaction. So any patient can report one of these things. Only 1 in 12 people who receive medicines are aware that they can even report it. They didn't even know They could report it. 11 out of 12 don't know they can report these things. 2006 systematic review, the rate of underreporting of adverse events was on average 94%. In other words, 6% were reported. And possibly as high as 98%. In other words, 2% were reported. So if we take the thousands of adverse events that we know about, potentially multiply that by 10.5. It's just horrendous, more than that, isn't it? Multiply it by 20 or something. It's just horrendous. The degree of underreporting, the degree of human pain, suffering, and death, which is not being correlated. Pharmaceutical interventions, medications, other things, and devices. Meaning that only 2 of every 100 adverse drug reactions were reported to the FDA. For example, a survey of UK pharmacists suggested they lack interest in, that's disappointing, pharmacists lacking an interest, and do not promote direct patient reporting. Only 19% of respondents displayed prominent yellow card scheme in their pharmacy. Well done to the 19%. Pity about the other 79%. But well done for the 19% who did have a prominently reported facility in their pharmacy. Now, an 2023 analysis of anticoagulants report of gastrointestinal bleeds. North West England Hospital Trust recorded 12,013 hospital-related emergency admissions, very common hospital admission all the time, unfortunately. Of those, 1,058 were taking direct oral anticoagulants. So we're taking anticoagulant. This is the new generation of anticoagulants. Now, the point is, so there was 1,058 of these bleeds were taking these new anticoagulants. Only 6 of these anticoagulant yellow cards reports were made by the trust during the period. So the trust managed to report 0.56 cases by the yellow card scheme. Getting them for 1 in 200 or something, slightly more than 1 in 200. Not good. Conflicts of interest and transparency was a heading in the report. Now, this is an article we've looked at before from the FDA to the HMRA. Are drug regulators for hire? Question mark from the British Medical Journal. The regulated industry revolving door was talked about in this article. We might remember we talked about the revolving door. Jonathan Van Tam, our Deputy Chief Medical Officer, left and went to work for a company. What was it again? Was it called Moderna or something like that? He moved from one to the other. Back again, you know. I mean, these things didn't influence any decisions making. No one's saying that, of course. The revolving door has been identified. Now, here's some figures. UK, this is the Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. A proportion of budget funded from industry, you can't see that, but it says 86%. 86% funded by industry. Australia TGA, it's only 96% in Australia. So Therapeutic Goods Administration, only 96% of the funding derives from industry. Europe, it's 89%. Japan, it's 85%. United States, it's 65% derived from industry. Canada, it's 50%. So huge amounts. In all cases, the majority of funding are coming from industry. But on the positive side, you'll be relieved to know that the proportion of COVID-19 vaccine committee members that declared a conflict of interest in the UK was only 32%. And in Australia, it was only 50% of members had an interest, a financial interest in the vaccines they were moving. March 2020, Dame June Rain. Dame is like a knighthood for women. This is what we do to people that make a significant contribution to the, what's the word I'm looking for now, well-being of society. Chief Executive of the MHRA. I think she's decided to leave now for some strange reason. Agency must transition, or is transitioning from watchdog to enabler. What on earth does that mean? Enabling what? And the committee says there's little to quell suspicions of conflicts and implications for patient safety cannot be overlooked. MHRA, Medicine and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency, responds to freedom of information requests between 2008 and 2017, but 41% successful. In other words, 59% were not successful. So 59% lack of transparency there. Not good, I wouldn't have said. Since 2019, the number has seen a substantial increase from 609 to 1,609 in 2021 alone, likely due to concerns about the regulation of COVID-19 vaccinations, according to the committee, with 76% of these requests answered outside the 20 working day statutory response time. Often exemptions were applied or vague, evasive responses received. No, exemptions were applied or vague, evasive responses were received. Medicines Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency, from regulatory approval to post-marketing pharmacovigilance, the MHRA has a history of failing patients. The MHRA does not attempt to assess or compare the safety of different vaccines. I mean, this is unbelievable. The Medicines and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency does not attempt to assess or compare the safety of different vaccines. Why not? I would have thought that's fairly important, but hey ho. What do I know about it? MHRA does not hold a process for investigating and following up of individual yellow card reports. Why not? MHRA only followed up on some 54% of deaths reported following yellow cards as possible linked to exposure to one of the COVID-19 vaccines. So we have possible links to COVID-19 vaccines, and they only bothered following up 54% of these. Quite incredible. Now, it talks about the history of the AZ vaccine a little bit in this report. I'm not going to go into in detail because we've done it before. 2 months later, the 7th of May 2021, the MHRA withdrew AstraZeneca for under 40s, but only after further needless deaths. Further needless deaths. What conclusions are we to draw about the seeming unwillingness of a regulator, largely funded by those it regulates, to disclose data to the same public it professes to protect? Fair question. Conclusion: we feel compelled to conclude that the MHRA has indeed become an enabler for the pharmaceutical industry, with patient safety no longer being its primary concern. Patient safety no longer being its primary concern. We started off by saying Land of Hope and Glory, Mother of the Free. There's a few other lines from that song. Unequal laws by freedom gained have ruled thee well and long. By freedom gained, by truth maintained. Maybe that's some sentiments we need to return to. We'll leave it there. Thank you for watching.
Like, I don't want it. I wanted everything, I have everything, I want nothing. Go. Okay. Pretty sure you can still go on Netflix though. Well, I don't want to fuck that one up. Well, one good news about my game, that the expansion they're gonna have, even if it's $100, I have the character I like. Something like it. Love you, baby. I'm sorry. You can just go on to Netflix. Because at least now he knows what to do. Yeah, all you. Oh, nice, sorry. He has other things to watch. That's smart TV. Like, you know what sucks? I fucking saw smart TV and I didn't fucking pick it up. It was in the box and I should have fucking picked it up. I gotta stop doing that shit. Every fucking time. Like, literally $100 gift cards. I picked up 1 out of 5. Like, it's for sure it's gonna work. It wasn't even garbage, it was compost. Wait, what? Oh. Meow. What happened? What? The fuck? Why? The fuck?
Maybe still no idea why. Agents
enabling what? And the committee says it does little to quell suspicions of conflicts and implications for patient safety cannot be overlooked. MHRA, Medicines and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency response to freedom of
between 2008 and 2017, 41% were successful. In other words, 59% were not successful. So 59% lack of transparency there. Not good.
Not good.
Since 2019, there was seen a substantial increase from 609 to 1,600 in 2020. Likely due to concerns about the recognition of vaccinations, of course, with 76% of these requests answered outside of 21. Response time often exemptions were awarded exemptions were applied or vague based on received. This is healthcare product regulatory agency. Regulatory approvals first of all to pharmaceutical companies generation a history of failing patients. Was not attempted to assess or compare the safety of the Medicines and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency does not attempt to assess or compare the safety of different vaccines. I would have thought that's fairly important, but hey yo, what do I know about it? MHRA does not investigate and following up with individual yellow card reports. Why not? MHRA only followed up on 54% death following yellow cards is possibly linked to exposure to COVID-19 vaccine. So we have possible COVID-19 vaccines and the only bottle following up. Now it talks about the history of the AZ vaccine. I'm not going to go into detail. 2 months later, the 7th of May 2021, the MHRA withdrew application for underfunding, but only after further meetings. Conclusions are to draw about the seeming unwillingness of the regulators, largely funded by those it regulates. The same public, its professors. Question. Conclusion. We feel compelled to conclude that the MHRA has indeed become an enabler for the pharmaceutical industry. Patient safety concern, patient safety no longer being primary. Patient safety no longer being primary. We started off by saying Land of Hope and Glory, Mother of the Tree. There's a few other lines from that song. I need no more advice. Freedom gained. Has all been well and long. My freedom gained, my truth maintained. Maybe that's it. The sentiments we need to return to. We'll leave it there. Thank you for watching.
I need to do this contracted. No point.
7.
To be too aggressive, and over the top. But the key with the moon and Leo is to be magnanimous and loving, just like the sun, which rules Leo. So it's a very heart-centered energy. And just two other
I am a
things.
sun worshiper.
Mercury and Venus.
If I'm being forced to worship something, worship the sun.
And Mercury-Venus conjunction is very powerful for communication, literature, the arts, that whole area of life. So you've got a lot of other planetary energies, but I just want to concentrate on the fact that you have the sun in Capricorn, the moon in Leo. That's a very potent combination of earth and fire.
God,
So
you're crazy.
in the material world, but also having a heart of gold, being loving, being magnanimous rather than pulling people toward you and saying, hey, I'm the center of the universe. So it's like what love and light and opportunities can I offer to the world.
What'd you think of that, Tim?
Thank you very much. It helps too. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Now, when you're putting together the chart, are you all computerized now?
Yeah, of course. I have too many computer kind of possibilities. That's the thing. It's getting out of hand. And it's just the way we're all going. That's what I'm saying. AI and all these other technologies, Pluto entering Aquarius for the next 20 years, starting November 19th. I mean, Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, used to be ruled by Saturn. Saturn used to rule Capricorn and Aquarius. And Aquarius is the universal air sign. And that's where Jupiter and Saturn, the two movers and shakers, the largest planets, came together a couple of years ago. So the next 160 years, every 20 years, we've got air energies. And with Pluto going into Aquarius, I think this is a big part of this AI. And we don't know where it's going, but it's taking us somewhere into the high-tech realm.
Well, to Robert in New York now, Mark, he does not want a reading, but he just has a question.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, welcome.
Well, hello, George, and a real pleasure to speak to you always, and to guests tonight, of which I've been following astrology for many years. I would be interested in your analysis regarding what astrology says about, as George had already indicated, the economy, but also the elections and our digital currency, stock market, and
So
where
basically everything
does
is such.
astrology enter into the elections, but also the safety of President Trump? Will there be any kind of alignment of planets that could set up visit anytime for Caesar and others, and perhaps for John F. Kennedy, and for
Love you, baby.
King,
Love you,
and how
Mom.
astrology enters into forecasting assassination?
All right, we don't talk about that, Robert. That's the one thing that I don't talk about on the Mark. What do you think about the economy?
Well, okay, let me put it this way, okay? On my podcast, which is called Astroscope, is where there's 120 of them. Like I did 2 on Elon Musk and digital currency.
Ugh.
This is how I would answer it. Anyone goes to the website, it's all free and complimentary. It's called Astroscope. And also, by the way, there's a 3-hour, if you can stand it, podcast number 55, an Astroscope on Greater Enterprises to discover your chirological cycles, including the discovery chart of Chiron. So my answer is, for instance, things are always changing. I can see all these articles, just briefly about the economy, where everybody's saying, wow, inflation and rates and everything up. And then the last 2 days from JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, suddenly it's kind of like come back, from the 1970s. And remember, 50 years ago, Chiron was where it was, and Nixon had to resign. We had Gerald Ford. We had, inflation. So, it keeps changing from one day to the next, 1 week to the next. It's very hard to predict where the economy is going to go. It looks like Bitcoin, and these other ones, it's going to go sky high. But everything depends on
how vague
things
you
like solar flares. You know, we've got a whole lot of things that could knock out power and other things, and you know, we just have to be ready almost for anything. And I'm very concerned that the whole technology and digital kind of a thing could get out of hand.
We just had a couple of solar flares. Thank God they weren't aimed directly at good old planet Earth.
Right, because remember, we did a whole thing, and I did a whole chart on the Carrington event.
Yep.
September 18, it was during the only time we did 1859. Two British astronomers, and they know that if that happened now, you know, we're good. And luckily, it hasn't happened. And I believe that we have protection through angels, archangels. I'm not talking about necessarily quoting Bible here, but what I'm saying is a hierarchy and a larger kind of thing that does protect us, even though it seems like sometimes the world is falling apart. There is a lot of good out there, and I think if we keep thinking good, then that is a tremendous help.
Next up is the birthday, Feb 29. Birthday coming up this week. 1972, Jason in Ohio. Happy birthday, Jason.
Was that February 29th?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow, happy leap day birthday. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jason, let me ask you a question before Mark jumps in on this. How do you determine how old you are when your birthday comes up every 4 years?
Well, it was always the nearest Sunday is when my parents like a party. So it was.
Yeah, but what does the government consider your
the
age?
nearest Sunday for the grandparents to come over. It's just the way it works.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Well, this is another amazing synchronicity here. February 29, Tuesday, 1972. You were born on the day of a full moon. So it's like, I mean, you know how this happens, George, where we're talking about eclipses, full moons, and so on. People call in. This is Chiron. This is synchronicity.
Yep.
And it's been, who knows who gets through. So your sun is in Pisces, your moon is in Virgo. That's definitely for sure. And what I said, and this is even more extraordinary, I said with Ali coming up, there's going to be an Earth, Sun, Mercury lineup. In astronomy, it's known as it's basically the full or superior conjunction. That it's better than an inferior conjunction, but superior means that Mercury's on the other side of the sun.
What?
And this is basically influencing your chart. And Sun, Mercury, and the Earth coming together literally in the next couple of hours.
What?
You've gotten through the system, which is telephone communications, that rules Mercury. And the moon in Virgo is a sign ruled by Mercury. So Pisces part of you in this life is to teach you compassion, kindness, you know, to give a helping hand when you need to avoid seeing any kind of addiction type of things. Like in the old days, Pisces had a very bad reputation because they assumed that people born on this side, like myself, and I don't have this as a problem, you know, alcohol, drugs, whatever would happen. And so Pisces had a very bad reputation, but we're in the Piscean age of 2,000 years, and Pisces is a very soulful energy where you should be watching your dreams and looking, basically getting precognitive dreams, while your moon in Virgo is fucking more about like hard work, focus on life through the microscope, looking at the details of life, being meticulous, studying, reading, that kind of thing, very, very strongly. Like libraries, literature, things like that are often very big when the moon is in Virgo.
Barely only the criminals go to the library now.
It's pretty extraordinary that you are able to call in and you are born literally at a full moon. And that also means every full moon can be illuminating for you, not just a full moon in February. And that's true for everybody. If you're born at a full moon, celebrate every full moon. If you're born at a quarter moon, first quarter, last quarter, that's your lunar phase. And that can be very empowering, even if it's not your birthday.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Good luck and have a great birthday.
Oh, wow.
What do you think of the full moon, Mark? Do you think people act very weird and strange during the full moon?
No, more like when the Mercury's in retrograde.
For years, you know,
is what they
literally there was a story the other day, hospital, okay, really, a statistic was, I think it was in England, I'm not sure, but they wanted to sort of disprove that there was a ticking up of emergencies and things. And what the story was actually that they asked all the doctors, nurses, in a group of hospitals, how often they sort of were getting emergency type of calls and things coming in. And it turned out closer to the full moon, they were getting most of this kind of energy in the course of the month.
Next up, August 2nd, 1961. Going to Birmingham, Alabama. Lisa's with us. Welcome, Lisa. Hello.
Hello, George. Thanks for taking my call.
Good to have you with us. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, let me make sure I got the right year. August 2nd.
81.
61, right?
Yep.
61.
Yeah. Now, you're the reverse of the person two calls ago. Your sun sign is Leo. What I always like to say to a sun sign Leo is, whatever you may read about Leo, it doesn't mean that's you. Leo actually, as a sun sign, means you need to be learning about the lion, fixed fire, how to be the sun, a star that's constantly shining and being magnanimous and giving, because big things in the Leo life, and I can't tell you exactly your moon is. It's either in Aries or Taurus, either a fire sign or earth sign. It depends on what time you're born. But the sun, this is really crucial because too many Leos wind up as like, hey, I'm the center of my universe, the family and friends and so on. And that's okay, to be at the center of things, as long as one doesn't overdo it. Because the big mission of the sun in Leo is to be like the sun in our solar system. The sun doesn't take quick for an hour or two. It may just throw out flares and other things that we're concerned about. But we have a steady sun in the middle of this billions of year cycle. And you want to emulate that. And if you do that and you give out a lot of love and heart and so on, then that's going to be, a tremendous thing. You also have what's called you're actually born, I don't know if you know this, 2 days before President Obama, who was born on August 4th. And that was a pretty powerful August, because that's when the Berlin Wall came. Anyway, you be a loving, kind Leo. You should probably if you don't have your chart done, you should have it done so you know where your moon is, whether it's in Aries or Taurus and the other planets.
How important are celestial events for astrology?
Well, I mean, every day, like tomorrow, okay, which is already tomorrow in the in the Far East and Europe and so on, we're having a triple conjunction. Like I said, the Sun and Mercury, they're coming together in a superior conjunction, so they're lined up. A couple hours later, Mercury and Saturn make their annual conjunction, and then a couple hours after that, the Sun and Saturn are together. Tomorrow is like an extraordinary day, and that's, in other words, one was looking at what are the weirder, strange, powerful days of the year. The shift from the 27th of February to the 28th, tomorrow's an extremely powerful day for learning and growing and profound things happening.
In about 3 weeks, the spring hits us again. What do you think of that?
Well, again, that's now called International Astrology Day for whatever reason. Well,
really?
Isn't it? Yeah. I mean, astrologers. This is the beginning of the zodiac. In other words, the zodiac begins with, this is a traditional kind of thing, the sun hitting 0 of Aries. Now again, it is the vernal equinox. So while we're having our spring up here, the southern hemisphere is having its fall. And my main mentor, Dave Ruggiero, once wrote up the idea of maybe in the southern hemisphere we need to reverse everything so that everybody who's an Aries up here from March 19th to April 19th would be a Libra down there. Now, that can create a lot of fighting in the astrological community and never took hold. But there is some truth to what he was bringing up, because the seasons, like we say, well, it's spring, right? And it's fall down in the other half of the planet.
Next up, we're coming up on a break already. Wow, it's going by fast. Mark, give folks your website.
Okay, www.greatbear, like the animal, enterprises with an S.com.
And the app, how do they get it?
The app stores, those kind of places, Astrology, Cosmic, Calendar with a K, free 1 day at a time, or you can subscribe to go into the future, 3 different rates.
All right, we're going to come back in just a moment with Mark Lerner, the astrologer, and take final readings or questions next.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with Nori. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Before 7 o'clock, $100 to spend at Scores in the Almost Can't Lose quiz. You're in a pickle at the airport. Flight canceled, luggage lost. What are your rights? That's at 7:10. And at 7:50, going to ask Dr. Mitch about Cushing's syndrome after medium revealed her diagnosis. And at 8:10, Dan Riskin answers the question, how do mosquitoes know that you're about to swat them in the dark? The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
Hi, Justin here from Res AV, and I'm going to be putting a TV over my fireplace in the living room.
Hi, I'm Justin's wife. No, you're not.
But it's not just a TV. The Samsung frame mounts flush to the wall and turns into a piece of art when you turn it off.
So when it's off, I won't be able to tell it's a TV?
Exactly. We can even dress it up with optional wood bezels like a picture frame. We're Res AV. Come see the Samsung frame in our showroom and see how we can hide a TV in almost any room. Call 514-439-3901 or visit us at resav.ca.
Wait, this was all included?
Yep.
And this too?
That's right. All of it.
Okay, and this?
Yes, sir. Even this.
Oh, that cost a pretty penny.
Nope. $89.
Wow. Only that?
Only that.
Switch to Bell and get 500 internet and the best TV service with 10 channels of your choice, including sports networks and even Crave for only $89 a month. For details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed. Prevent injuries. Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
Circumcision has proven health benefits, reducing the risks of STDs and other medical problems. At Circumcision Montreal, it's a quick, virtually painless procedure done under local anesthetic in a state-of-the-art sanitary clinic that guarantees your privacy, as well as your health and safety. A special skin glue closure technique also ensures an improved cosmetic outcome. As with all medical procedures, there are risks involved. please ask one of our doctors for risks and complications. Book an appointment with an experienced doctor at circumcisionmontreal.ca. Elevate your home and transform your space with CNN Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space with bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality. Bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. CNN Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com. This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
Today don't matter if it's gone. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Could hang the name on you. When you change with every new day, still I'm gonna miss you. Don't question why she needs to be so free. She'll tell you it's the only way to be. She just can't be changed to a life where nothing's gained, nothing's lost. With such a cause. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang the name on you when you change with every new day? Still I'm gonna miss you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back with Mark Lerner in just a moment here on Coast to Coast and take final phone calls and readings. Next hour, Ali Siadatin joins us to talk about UFOs, angels, and gods. I'm looking forward to that. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? There are a lot of ways that I'll tell you about in a moment. People who have signed up just simply love it.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into Art Bell's show vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. A couple of ways to sign up. One, our website says Insider right at the top of the homepage. Click that, fill out the information, and you're in. The other way is to go to your app store, whether you have an Apple phone or an Android. Download our free app, put it on your phone. Through the app, you can sign up to be an insider as well. You get 2 weeks free that way. And regardless, if you live in Canada, you can now become an insider, so take advantage of that. Here's something for you to lose some weight.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things controlling insulin levels. So it's going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscles. Anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body's thinking that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic Drops.
You have these absolutely amazing Weight Magic drops. The concept of this is control insulin, expired insulin synthesis. Also, it has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops, by following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Their core body temperature is less than the people after ideal weight. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, we've created the Weight Magic drop to help control the insulin, also cleanse the liver, and then the Weight Magic capsules to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic Drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code GEORGE. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com.
If cold weather makes starting your vehicle more difficult, visit a Spinelli dealership for a battery diagnosis.
Avoid impossible cold weather starts because of an old battery. Schedule an appointment at one of the Spinelli dealerships to get a battery condition diagnosis and a replacement with an original battery at the best market price.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
It's in the teeth of disaster that Canadians are at their best. Homelessness is a disaster affecting more than 250,000 Canadians. If we treat it with urgency, we can end it. Don't let homelessness assumptions get in the way of homelessness solutions. Go to CanadaCanDoIt.ca. Help the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness.
Does the thought of a vasectomy scare you more than having another baby? I'm Dr. Elroy Shukar. If you don't know this already, at Vasectomy Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of patients as experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and virtually painless procedure. Most importantly, we take extensive precautions in a state-of-the-art private clinic where our safety measures keep you and your family jewels safe. Book your appointment online now at vasectomymontreal.ca.
Activate is the mobility and medical equipment expert. They offer certified fitters for compression socks. They have walkers, bathroom aids, adaptive clothing, as well as in-home installation services. Activate Medical Equipment in Plaza Point Claire, Boulevard St. Jean, and Highway 20.
Wednesday, March 6th on CTV. There's a new panelist on The Masked Singer.
That was incredible.
An all-new set of superstars.
Okay.
A new season of The Masked Singer starts March 6th on CTV.
7234.
Oh. Okay. Oh, shocker.
Wanna put his food in the fridge, maybe?
Yeah, okay.
Is there an Amazon for the missing it, right? Please do use the sleep.
Ow. No, no. Let's see.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. Wow. That was abrupt. Okay.
Supposed to say, don't mock me, sir.
I was gonna say, are you mocking me? Because it's a candle. I just play with the scentsy stuff. Those fucking stupid candle wax things. They put them in things that look like lip gloss.
Yeah.
And like the thing that it said pineapple pucker on it.
Okay.
So I put it on my lips and I was like, I don't think it was lip chap or lip gloss or like I got lip anything. I think it's wax. And I looked it up and it absolutely was. And I was like, why would they do that? Why would they put it in a little circle plastic that looks like lip gloss?
I don't know. For sample?
Maybe. So stupid. Joy. Sorry?
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You've got to make sure you're covered.
Welcome everyone to Redacted. I'm Craig. We'll cover the stories the mainstream media cut down as press wants you. Can they stop this Ukraine war funding? Can they stop the funding of the invasion of the southern border? We are going to look at that on today's show.
Last week by Gilbert Doctorow.
Where they are pushing their on Aaron Bushnell. Yes.
Yes.
Palestine. So, Jay, thank you for your comment there and your super appreciate. I should mention last night our show was blocked and many of you wrote to us and said, "Hey, what happened to your show last night?" Yes, we were blocked and censored because of our coverage.
Cool.
That happens from time to time.
So it wasn't just me.
Things that YouTube, Google is not a fan of. You know, they don't like certain topics that go against their narrative. We're always live on Rumble. If you ever miss a show and you're like, "Wow, YouTube's blocking me. I can't watch it. I can't find the show. What's going on?" Remember, we are always live simultaneously on Rumble, which is a free speech platform. So please, make sure you're subscribed over there. We're almost at 500,000 subscribers on Rumble, so you never have to worry about that censorship.
That's very
You know what we could do?
What's that?
Maybe if we just replaced all of our B-roll with black people instead of
Wow.
all of it like Google wants, then maybe we'd be okay.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that, even though most of the warmongers in our introduction are all white guys.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
there's no equal representation of DEI in warmongers. They're mostly like
Yeah, they're all, well, and white women. Yeah, they're all
And women.
Victoria Nuland and Hillary Clinton and all of those, and Madeleine Albright and all of that. So good to see all of you guys here. And
Oh, well, Nikki Haley. She
Nimrata. In the chat, some people were saying, hey, does YouTube also censor comments if you're watching this live? I said, yeah, they absolutely do. There's certain things that they don't like, so they won't even see them. Like you might type something in, and if they don't like it, it won't show up here. So, but of course, it's a platform that still reaches millions of people, so we use it, and
Well, we see your comments right now, but every now and again we see something that's held for review. That's not us. And if there are certain topics that we get shadow banned for, chances are you probably are as well. So you have to learn to do the dance that we do every day on this platform. Absolutely do want to see your comments.
Well, let's get to some news now. We are days away from a government shutdown in the United States, and this is frankly the only leverage that Republicans have right now. I mean, this is all about one thing: is leverage. Stop spending money in Ukraine, and stop funding the southern border invasion, which is being funneled and funded by you, the taxpayers. The United States government, as we've shown you repeatedly here on this show, is funding and supporting the invasion of our southern border, and it's being done by the Biden administration with the direction of the Department of Homeland Security. That's exactly what's happening. So what happens if they run out of money? Oh, I don't know. We're about to find out. This is all about to come to a head, though, in the next few days, because Biden's holding an emergency meeting today, this afternoon, calling Schumer and Johnson, all the party leaders, to the White House, begging them to get on the same page, trying to get them to push something forward so that we don't have a government shutdown this week. He's running for president, after all. It's not a good look right now, as we're seeing high inflation numbers once again. Will the Fed have to increase interest rates rather than cut them? Which is conventional wisdom says they're going to be cutting these interest rates. Not so fast. And I love how the Washington Post, just take a look at this afternoon. This is how the Washington Post is covering this. Biden convenes congressional leaders as federal shutdown deadline nears. Right in the first line there. We'll also focus on funding for Ukraine. So that's the main, remember, this is the main focus of this. This is what they really care about. So just read the very first 2 words here. With Ukraine running low on munitions. That's how they start off a U.S. government shutdown discussion. Is about Ukraine.
They don't care about you.
They do not care at all. And the Washington Post, of course, is just an mouthpiece for all of this at the Pentagon. If a portion of federal finances lapse just past midnight on Saturday, vital services at the Department of Transportation would go offline. That means buses for poor people, right? Food stamp programs could quickly run low on funding. Housing assistance for millions of families would fall into jeopardy because we care so much about the American people. We're really worried about the homeless problem in the United States and buses for people who don't have cars. They don't give a shit, really. I love the Washington Post. They're just pretending here. And then right away, it slips down in here, and the defense and state departments will also expire. But in Ukraine, the situation is far more dire. Lawmakers and national security officials say. So it's more dire than the United States. Commanders there have already been ordering fighters to ration munitions in the nation's fight against Russia's 2-year-old invasion. Without U.S. defense assistance, experts say Russia will, of course, win. That's the bottom line. They will win this war.
Well, at least we're paying the pensions of those commanders, so they can, kind of afford to.
Right. David is correct. We have absolutely seen documentation showing that we are in our budgets covering the pensions and some of the state funds for Ukrainian citizens.
Yes.
And Ukrainian military. This is true.
Their government office. Yeah, exactly. And Putin's forces already captured the former Ukrainian stronghold of Avdiivka earlier this month, a battle in which, the Washington Post says this without any evidence, but they just throw this sentence in here. They say Russia beat at the battle of Avdiivka earlier this month, a battle in which a lack of U.S.-provided arms proved decisive. Officials say.
Please.
Officials say.
I mean, they're just banking on the fact that they don't know any better. The fact that they have an untrained military, that most of their trained military is dead. They're literally taking people with mental disabilities. We saw a video last week of a boy with Down syndrome. No business on the battlefield. And they've never had good weapons. They've never been set up to win this war for people who don't want to be a part of Ukraine. They're just banking on the fact that you will swallow that because you don't know any better.
Yeah. Did I say that correctly? That the article stated that that Ukraine lost Advika with the help of U.S. weapons?
Because we lost it, is that what they
Yeah,
said?
they said because they didn't have them. They didn't have enough of them. It was decisive. That's why they lost that battle. That's what they said. So,
and I was just going to say that that's the official way to say some people say. You know, like we're always hearing on the news. Some people say that, and officials say that. I mean,
who are these
You
people?
don't know any better because you're swallowing our bullshit.
Right. So was it Victoria Nuland who said officials say? Can you name? Why don't you name who that person is? Why are they trying to keep it secret? Like they surely would want their name out there and associated with this.
Because they just want to write that.
Yeah.
You don't need to have anybody then.
How many of you are really concerned about a U.S. government shutdown? Let me know in the chat. I'd love to see this. Let me know on Rumble and on YouTube. Virginia Congressman Bob Good this morning. This is the only leverage that Republicans have right now, and they have to be willing to say no to these Democratic demands on the southern border and for the funneling of money into Ukraine. Watch.
Well, a government shutdown is not ideal, but it's not the worst thing. It would be worse to exacerbate the problem, to further increase our debt and our spending, to make our fiscal situation, which is unprecedented as it is, as you know, to continue to fund the government that's facilitating the border invasion. Why don't we give Biden and Mayorkas billions and billions of dollars to keep doing this to the American people? The only leverage we have when we have one house of one branch is to be willing to say.
Our world needs more equality, more progress, more justice. If you want to be the one to spark change and not just follow the crowd, we have a program for you. The BA in Social Innovation at St. Paul University in Ottawa offers a unique training in Canada focused on the practice of social change. Because changing the world starts with people like you, ready to act and go beyond the classroom. In a supportive and stimulating environment, you'll learn to coordinate a team, mobilize the public around an issue, make a budget, and draw the media to an event. The opportunities to achieve your goals are endless. Make a career coordinating emergency aid in times of crisis, a co-op in your neighborhood.
Really?
Be willing to say no. That seems pretty reasonable, right? Right? Stop funding Ukraine, stop funding a border invasion of the United States. Well, Ukraine flagged people on Twitter or X. We're not happy with his position at all. Just so funny to see all of the Ukraine flags. And so he says, that's extremist drivel, what he just said there. That's extremist. It's extremist to not want to fund Ukraine. It's extremist to not want to make sure our borders are secure. You're an extremist. Here's another one. Tej Dilo, also a Ukraine flag in there, and a Canadian flag. Wow, just to show that we can govern or get things done no matter how harmful to the American people. So what he's saying, like, response to this would be harmful to the American people.
Okay, but I would like to ask you, Tej Deal, do you care that the American people are being harmed by funding a war continuously? Or do you care that the Ukrainian people are being decimated and dying out? Do you care about that? I'm just wondering, like, where do we decide to care? Is it like a chip on a board where we can only care about certain things?
Yeah, you're only allowed to care about certain things.
Okay.
You can't talk about that right now. Diane in Ohio, here's one of my
You're such a
favorites.
dick.
Not only does she have a Ukraine flag in there, she also has an Israeli flag in there. And she says, my guess is that's exactly what your constituents would expect from you. Your party seems to be cheering for the country to fail and for the American people to suffer because you think it helps you politically. Something is very wrong with that. So
Again, Diane in Ohio, what do you get from funding Ukraine? What do you get as an American in Ohio that you're really caring about?
well, if she's anything like the other, like Mike Rogers in Ohio, maybe she's near Dayton, Ohio, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, so she gets, maybe she gets defense money in some capacity. Who knows, right? Who knows what her motivations are for making sure that the defense contractors are getting their billions of dollars and that more people are dying, more innocent people are dying. But she also has an Israeli flag in there, so you know where her sentiments are. Military-industrial complex is what Diane loves, clearly, from her comments there. But yeah, and by the way, the American people will suffer.
If we don't fund Ukraine?
Do you guys feel like you're going to suffer if we stop funding Ukraine? Like, do you think that your lives will suffer? Like, you know, your kids will come home from school and dad's just sitting there with like a 6-pack of beer on his belly. Dad lost his job. Why did dad lose his job? Because Zelensky didn't get billions more money. Why is dad upset?
Well, okay, let's play this exercise out, right?
Okay.
We were lied to about Middle Eastern wars, weapons of mass destruction for years and years. We all maybe championing that on cable news. 90% of cable news pundits were pro-war. We believed it, right? Incubators, babies, all of that stuff. And then when that narrative slowly broke down and we all went back to our lives and we stopped that, how did that affect us? Not very much, I would say. We just sort of let that narrative dissolve, right?
Well, actually, what happened was then, of course, we actually had an economy that started booming in the United States, right?
Yes.
That actually started happening in the United States.
Right.
So, I don't know, maybe there was some good things that happened in the United States.
Right, and so what should have happened is for us to say, that war was a lie. Maybe I won't fall for that again.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering why that lesson was not learned, these people with Ukrainian flags in their bio.
Well, and the border invasion is absolutely, to me, one of the most important issue in the United States right now, and what it's doing to our economy, what it's doing to what it matters for the 2024 election. I think this is the most important topic. You don't hear the Biden administration. The Biden administration right now is literally blaming Republicans for the sieve at the southern border. On day one, President Biden signed an executive order to undo, of course, what President Trump had put in place. So this is laughable. And by the way, they're in power. So how is it Trump's fault still? I love that they still blame him 3 years later or whatever.
Well, they reversed what Trump had done, which was solving the problem, which was that people could get amnesty in Mexico because you're supposed to take it in the first, or not amnesty, but the
asylum.
What's asylum? The nearest free country that you come upon, which would be Mexico. And then Biden reversed it, but then said they couldn't get something like that passed when it was already passed. So it's like, it's a complete lie.
Yeah. So the U.S. southern border, of course, is, to my mind, the most important issue in the United States, and the child trafficking that's happening. But all of this is tied to the U.S. economy and what this is going to mean for voting, of course, in the 2024 election. So you think, well, Trump's probably going to walk away with his victory like in a landslide. Not so fast. When you see the tens of millions of illegal immigrants that are being ferried around the United States and placed purposefully in different cities to affect the outcome of this upcoming election. I've just co-authored a report on this, and it's dive into a lot of research on this. Go grab it. It's totally free. But we put together these sort of special reports. We're going to be doing this throughout the election year because I think these are really important topics. Go to redacted.inc/illegal to grab it right now. It's a free exclusive crisis and how it could lead to this election fraud and how it's already happening, by the way. It's no secret. Texas is a battleground state, and this is incredibly crucial to the outcome of the national election. So you're watching this unfold. Anyway, go grab this free report right now. It's great. Redacted.inc/illegal. All right, let's talk about Gaza. Well, here's a question for you. Why is Egypt building a large open-air prison right on the border with Gaza? Well, we now know it's, of course, to hold hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, but there's something shocking about this prison, even though it's on Egyptian soil. It's controlled by Israel. How does this work exactly? We'll get into that part of the story in a second. But first, the United States continues to carry out bombing attacks, multiple attacks inside Yemen, hitting Houthi targets. This is, of course, a war that the United States Congress has not authorized. Overnight, Houthis attacked the underground internet cables linking the Persian Gulf to Africa. It could take at least 8 weeks to repair it, according to sources today. So what exactly do they want? Well, they want the United States and the UK, of course, to stop funding and supporting the destruction of Gaza. One of the best journalists in the world is a woman by the name of Vanessa Feely. She was recently at the border area in Gaza, near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt, and she joins us today from Damascus, Syria. Nice to see you, Vanessa. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks for having me back on. It wasn't that recently, by the way. I was in Gaza in 2012, 2013.
Oh, okay.
Not recently,
Okay.
although I wanted to try and go, but I think it's pretty impossible at the moment.
Right, but you're going to be able to speak to us about that border crossing and what you were seeing then before, of course, what is happening now there. But you cover this very, very deeply, and your reporting on this is some of the best in the world. So we'll get into that. I want to get your take first on something that happened over the weekend in the United States in Washington, D.C. on Sunday.
Yeah.
And how the U.S. media responded to this. I thought it was very telling. So a U.S. airman, U.S. Air Force officer, stood out in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., doused himself in an accelerant and then lit himself on fire. And he was yelling, "Free Palestine." And at the point before he lit himself on fire, he said, "I cannot be a party to this genocide. I will not be a party to it."
Wow.
As a U.S. Air Force officer. The mainstream media in the United States, though, seem to omit the part or any mention of Palestine, any mention of the Palestinians, just said that the guy, was crazy and committed suicide.
Huh.
And I couldn't help but thinking of parallels to when we saw during the Vietnam War protests and other individuals in the United States standing in front of us, lighting themselves on fire in protest of the war in Vietnam. And the mainstream media at the time covered it. They showed the images on the nightly newscasts of these individuals setting themselves on fire, but no mention of it in United States media. Did that?
No, not at all. And I think what was even more shocking was you could hear voices and the threat to actually shoot the guy even while he was on fire. Like, those voices were pretty close by, and not one of them tried to do anything about a man being on fire in front of them. I found that even more shocking, to be honest. Did they hear what he said? Did they know why he was there? I mean, it seems unlikely they didn't.
They drew the weapons on him, of course, and said, get on the ground, get on the ground. So you're pointing a live firearm at a guy that's on fire. But the mainstream media response to it, of course, omitted anything about Palestinians, and I just found that absolutely shocking.
Well, I mean, not really, because, they've been describing the pro-Palestine solidarity movement and protests across the world as far-right, as Islamist extremists, as, they've done absolutely everything in their power, not only in the US, but in the UK, they've been labeled as far-right extremists, racist, Islamist. I mean, the attempt to crack down on any dissident reaction to their country being involved in and complicit in what is a clear genocide of the Palestinian people has been extraordinary. And the kind of the spin that's been put on these protests, on anyone that is speaking out against their country being involved in genocide.
You're starting to see a change, perhaps. You're starting to see a number of countries now, moving to put sanctions against Israel. We're seeing, of course, the courts now saying enough is enough. That they have no legal right to this land. We'll see what that actually means. But I want to talk about Egypt and specifically the day-to-day attacks that we're seeing by the people that have now been forced down to the southern part of Gaza. For our audience that doesn't understand this, I mean, these people were told to go south, where they would be presumably safe, right? Get out of the north. We're dropping leaflets. We're going after Hamas terrorists. That was the message. If you remain here, you will be labeled a terrorist, so you better move south where, you'll be safe. That hasn't happened, has it?
Un premier rendez-vous par 7 ans. 8 couches pour un rendez-vous. Mais Bumble fait grimper le mercure avec des compliments chaleureux, des conversations ardentes qui font que braver ceci en vaut la peine. Envie de dégivrer ta vie amoureuse? Réchauffe-toi sur Bumble.
Well, no, I mean, the extraordinary thing now, the Zionist regime is talking about a ground incursion in Rafah, and people also need to understand that while officially the operation against Rafah hasn't started, they've been bombing heavily, massacring entire families for days now, if not actually the last few weeks, because I have a friend that I can get in contact with on a fairly regular basis who's been pushed from the north of Gaza and is now in Rafah itself with his sick parents. And they've been bombing areas of Rafah for, I think, around 10 days now, heavily, committing massacres inside Rafah already, even before the ground insurgence. And the fact is that the Israelis are saying, well, okay, but if we push ahead with the operation in Rafah against Hamas, then we will evacuate the people. But where to? They've completely destroyed all infrastructure in the center of Gaza and the north of Gaza. In Gaza, in the north, you now have 700,000 people that are effectively under famine conditions. In central Gaza, there are some humanitarian aid trucks getting in, but when the civilians try to go and get food supplies, they're being fired on by Israeli tanks and snipers. And dozens are getting killed in this process alone. So where is the safe place for the people in Rafah to go to, except to try and get out through the border into Egyptian territory? Because there's nowhere else that is safe within Gaza itself right now.
So let's talk about this Egyptian question here. So at the border you've been to, and heavily armed border with Rafah, on Rafah, the Rafah, of course, is a city bisected by the border itself, so it's split between Egypt and in Gaza. These individuals these Palestinians there are waiting at the border wall. They're being slaughtered as we speak. But on the other side, there's a massive open-air walled prison, I guess is the only way to really describe it, being constructed over the past few months, few years. The area has been bulldozed and cleared out. Walls are going up. This is under Israeli control, as I understand it. So what do you think is about to happen here? Are we about to see hundreds of thousands of Palestinians forced through this border into this open-air prison?
Well, I mean, it certainly looks like that. The first images and footage of the construction of this area, which appears to be a completely walled-in area, similar, of course, to Gaza itself, but on a smaller scale. That came from, what was it, the Sinai Foundation for Human Rights that published these images. I think it was on CNN that actually provided substantiation for these claims by showing a satellite image of the work that had been carried out by Egypt on the Egyptian side of the Rafah border. But for people to understand the border itself, so the border that you arrive at to get to Gaza on the Egyptian side is quite a big, complex, huge gate, which they very rarely open. Rafah crossing is actually closed more often than it's open, even prior to the present genocidal campaign by Israel. You then enter the border complex. You have to go through a series of checks and so on your papers, on your visa, on your commission center, etc. As a foreigner, I'm talking about. And then you actually have to take a bus from the Egyptian side across to the Palestinian side, where you have another kind of reception complex area, where you again go through other checks, but on the Hamas side.
So there's quite a buffer zone there.
Yeah, there's quite a big buffer zone already.
Months ago here on the show, we showed images of aid trucks on the Egyptian side, which were parked there along, it would seem like a PR campaign with all these aid trucks lined up along this long buffer zone. So it's not just a wall and you're on the other side like in the United States. There's quite a neutral zone there. So I just wanted to be clear about how you're describing it. So you have to take a bus from one side.
Yeah, but the reason you have to take a bus is because that buffer zone is under the control of the Israeli forces. So if, for example, I tried to walk that buffer zone, I would be shot. So it's only the buffers that are, legitimate that can pass that buffer zone, because you have security watchtowers, Israeli security watchtowers all along the wall of that buffer zone. So even if Palestinians, for example, as they did actually in 2012 and 2014, when they were under heavy attack, they tried to escape through the buffer zone, and they were shot at both by Israeli forces and by Egyptian forces at that time, pushing them back into Russia. And if you go back to 2005, September 2005, and the Philadelphia Accord, which the Israelis see very much as an extension of the 1979 Camp David agreement that was broken by Begin, President Sadat of Egypt and Jimmy Carter of the United States. Actually, the Israelis effectively have control of that buffer zone itself, right? And they perceive that as their territory. So presumably, although the open-air prison that is being allegedly been built, I do have to say Egypt has denied the reports, but in my view, that doesn't mean a huge amount. And we'll come on to the reasons behind why Egypt might be prepared to accept so-called refugees from inside Gaza into Egyptian territory, provided, of course, they're enclosed in a secure area in another open-air prison, which, in my view, would then be under the control of the Zionists, because although it's not actually in the area that was agreed to be under Israeli control, it's connected to that area. So that's a moot point, who is actually going to have control over that area. I would suggest it would be the Israelis. And all of Saudi Arabia's claims that if, Egypt claims that if Israel goes ahead with the Rafah operation, they're going to end the Philadelphia Agreement, which effectively will have the knock-on effect of breaking the Camp David Agreement, which of course will bring all the penalties on Egypt's head from Israel. But in my view, I think this is just rhetoric. And there's another reason, there's a very strong financial reason why Egypt might well allow this to happen, because it's under pressure from Saudi Arabia and UAE. Egypt has a debt of around 160 billion to Gulf state countries. 20% of that debt is owed to Saudi Arabia and UAE.
Okay. Enough of that shit. Okay. Okay, I think not. Nice cough. I have good smokes if you want. Huh?
Making videos on YouTube involves a lot of
I don't like
Grammarly
you.
is an AI writing partner that can help with that. It can help you write better.
Please, your fat face.
As you were just bringing up, if there was a big cataclysmic event
Ow,
that would have wiped out all of the tech that they did have, that these civilizations had, to reel us back into primitive times, because that's really ultimately what they did, right? I mean, if there was that level of tech and then it was suddenly gone, or maybe not suddenly, but gone, then we would have become more primitive again, in a way, like somewhat primitive. So let's talk about climate change and the narratives right now around climate change. So when I was a kid growing up, they told us that an ice age was coming, that we were all going to be like living amongst the polar bears.
Right.
And I remember thinking, oh, that sounds miserable. Like, I don't even know if first thought was, how are we going to survive, if it's freezing? And then my second thought was, would we want to survive if it's freezing? That sounds miserable.
Yeah.
I'm going to live in a tropical place. But now, of
You and me
course,
both,
fast
bro.
forward a couple of decades, and only
Your Asian, you have much better chance, though.
and then they say, oh, no, it's not the ice age coming.
I was
It's
told
global
that I
warming
have a white privilege
But
at some
the Earth has
point.
been around, and then there's
So,
this
like,
whole
you have to
narrative of
kick
it's
in
going to
anytime.
we're destroying the planet,
Got a
and
Nazis doing
which makes
everything.
zero sense. It seems like the planet's been here for a long time, probably will be here for a long time after
Well, that
us.
part.
You've been looking into this, and you go obviously way deep into history when you do your research. So, what are we in right now? Are we warming or are we cooling?
So this is a wild topic, and so a lot of people might not be aware that approximately a year ago, Elon Musk was on the Full Send podcast with the Nelk Boys, and something he said caught my attention. Where they're talking about in the context of human civilizations dying from a catastrophe, and he said that ice ages are, quote, a deep, deep rabbit hole. And then he went on to say it again, as deep rabbit hole. And so this is something that I basically went down that rabbit hole, and I was astonished at what I came across, and lots of data that's not being included into the conversation involving man-made climate change. So to answer your question, when the scientists said decades ago that we were going to freeze, they were actually correct, but they were early. So there's something called, and I can bring up the graph if you want to see. So like, I'm not pulling this from Bob's website. This is mainstream science. So it's on the data, on the climate data slides. Let's see. It's not showing.
Oh, I can't. I think it's gone. Is it this other one?
Yeah, the climate data.
This one?
This one. So I'm going to skip forward a few slides, and we'll come back to what this gentleman said. Give me half a second. This is all the good stuff to talk about. I have this in certain order. Okay, so glacials and interglacials. So what people need to understand is that we are in the middle of an ice age right now that started 3 million years ago.
What?
I'm quoting Utah Geological Survey. It's on the top of Google. It's prestigious. All this stuff.
That's hilarious.
How does the Earth to start? Like how long?
They say 4.5 billion years. Listen, I'm not some new young Earth creationist guy, but like when they throw these billions and billions of years, I honestly don't necessarily think they can say it with an absolute fact. But I'm not here to deny it. I don't. Really old. I'll get on with that. But so
3 million. Okay, so let's say the world is 4 billion years old. So 3 million years ago, an ice age starts.
Correct. And so over the last 11,000 years, we've been in a period of warming. And so this is something that people need to really understand, is that there's something called glacials and interglacials. Glacials are periods of cooling, where there's an abundance of growing glaciers throughout the hemisphere. And then during periods of warming, interglacials, is that the data shows that over the last 450,000 years, there's been 4, arguably 5 periods of warming, interglacial periods. And so this is where things get wild. And this is probably a little too small for people to see, but I already know what it says. Is that, like I just said, our interglacial that we're in right now, where it's warm and our glaciers are going away, started 11,000 years ago. But what's interesting is that the periods of warming last several thousand years, whereas the periods of cooling last tens of thousands of years. So historically, 7 to 9 times longer. Like,
Yeah.
Just say that again. Glacials last 7 to 9 times longer than interglacials. And by the way, the reason why they know this is through ice core data that was taken from Greenland as well as Antarctica. So when Elon Musk was talking about ice ages or a deep, deep rabbit hole, I figured out what he meant, is that no matter what we do here on planet Earth, the Earth is going to freeze. So
just looking at this, it looks like, so this is 450,000 years worth of data.
Yes, and the peaks, the areas that you see where, like at the peaks, are areas of warming.
Right.
If you look at the gaps between the peaks, you can see that they're significantly further apart. That the periods of warming are rather brief and perish. And again, they last several thousand years of warming and then tens of thousands of years of cooling.
So but if you look at the low point of the cooling, it's getting colder and colder each time. I mean, the line is going down actually. Like even right now where we are today, the warming, we're not nearly as warm as it was the last time it warmed.
Correct. And so this is what I think. I think that the scientists decades ago were correct, but they were wrong by being early, and that they understood the data to show that, Earth is cold more often than it's hot. Let me also say this. I was on the Joe Rogan podcast approximately a year ago where I did say my exact words where I think that the data indicates that the Earth is cold more often than it's hot. And then Media Matters, funded by George Soros, did a hit piece on me for this, saying that I was contradicting mainstream science.
Yeah.
I responded to them with various sources right out of scientific journals, and they didn't include it in their article. And where I was wrong is that I said the data might indicate. No. The data absolutely definitively indicates that the Earth is indeed cold more often than it's hot.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like both are right, kind of, right? So there's an overall cooling effect happening. I mean, just again, looking at this graph, looking at the bottom points, we see that they're getting lower and lower and lower as time has gone on in 450,000 years. But at the same time, we are currently in a trajectory of going up. So we are currently in a warming period. But then, it's going to eventually maybe cool and head again towards an ice age. But these things do seem to take thousands of years. Like they take thousands of years, right? So we're not going to be alive to see the cooling part of this.
So here's the thing. So honestly, we don't know that for sure. When it's going to happen, it could happen in our lifetime. It could happen 1,000 years from now, a few hundred years from now, a few thousand years from now.
Right. We could be at the very peak right now. And then suddenly we start cooling.
Exactly. And so that's one reason why I think that we are on the brink of it. I don't know this. I don't want to be a doomsday guy. I can, to anyone listening, I do not know when this is going to happen. And nobody actually does. What the data shows, though, again, since we're in a period of warming that started 11,000 years ago, and the fact that these periods of warming last several thousand years, it would indicate that perhaps we're on the tail end of the warming. That how much longer is the warming going to last before it starts cooling? I don't think anyone can say with any bit of absolute certainty. What I will say is that there's other factors that are at play involving the Earth and the cosmos that play a factor on climate change. So let me just say that these factors that you're looking at here, because people might ask, like, okay, well, what's causing this? And this is where things get wild, is that it involves the Earth's precessional cycle. So let me scroll back a number of slides here. So a lot of people are actually astonished to learn that the Sahara Desert was a lush green tropical paradise up until 5,000 years ago. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I'm happy to hear that, because some people know, but a lot of people, they hear this for the first time, like, I didn't know that.
Well, I always wondered why any civilization ever settled there. Why would you choose that area? But I guess if people were already there because it was a nice area at one point, and then it kind of, then that makes more sense. Otherwise, I don't know why anybody would migrate there.
So listen to this. The Sahara, up until 5,000 years ago, had one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist, and it also had the largest freshwater lake ever known to exist on Earth, which was Mega Lake Chad. It's literally like double all the North American Great Lakes combined.
Wow.
Of surface area, I should say. And what's interesting is that something happened to create it to change in a flash. And let me just say this, because a lot of the conversation that we're looking at now involving climate change in the context of humans is the rate of change. And I'm going to argue that it's actually not possible for us to definitively say to what level we're creating the rate of change involving other natural forces. Because here's where things get nuts, is that you'll have different scientific studies that will say that we shifted from green to 5,000 years ago. Some will say 6,000 years ago. Others will say, like the Smithsonian, 8,000 to 4,500 years ago. Some will say 10,000 years ago. 11,000 years ago. So here's what I'm going to is that if modern scientists today can only ballpark over a period of 5,000 to 6,000 years, some other scientists so here's another scientist at the university that said that it may have been so abrupt that it took only 1 century for the grassy hills and valley lakes to become stark dunes as they are today. So the reason why this is so significant And they believe that it's called wobble. The reason why we have a little star with this over the thing, but in the past, it's Vega, and in the future, it will be Vega again. But when
Oh. Okay. Oh, I got him back. Oh, heater. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're gonna sit over here today. That's what it takes. I got a mushroom on stuck in my head. There's no fucking shit here is like, like constant spots in my fucking fucking. That's not true. Everyone knows myself. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm putting my fucking spatulas. First one to take. Ow! Burning! That's so good. Water. What is it? Oh, right. So. I can hit my own balls. No, lose my balls for very long. But it's for my significant other. So us will just fucking hire people and just pay them. Take for granted from people who are fucking super in need. Fucking butters about really good, honestly. And it's only because he's a stupid fucking gorilla head man. That's why I can't do it. As soon as I stopped going to his house for breakfast, that's when he stopped liking me, and I was like, hey, but it's weird going to his house every morning for breakfast and how I can be like, oh, you guys so lucky. And we go, you're
Daddy didn't buy margarine, so it's like plain toast. Like, yeah, like fucking, like once or twice, fucking, that's fine. Like, but every fucking day. Mm-hmm. It's like perfect pop, fucking good. You won't come anywhere. You click with friends and they would never let you get close enough because they would just fucking tear them apart verbally. And there's nothing more that a cool kid cannot stand. It's looking uncool. And I am the like king of the uncool kids club. So. Mm. 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 Good. Ah, fuck. Oh, the heater is so nice though. Food.
I can't believe I have to put it the fuck wall again. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Ooh. Oh. Now we're done. Oh God. Fuck me. Yeah. Oh, right. We can do more than 8 hours on YouTube. Weird. Jamie? Like, what? Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Fuck's sake. Okay. I don't think so. Let's see if there's anything specific. My. Oh, here's the other thing. What? Interesting.
Oh my god. Why would that even be open still? No, no, no. Come on. Close.
Program. So I still.
Close. Okay. What is this? Canadian Encyclopedia. Oh, the notwithstanding clause. Fuck it. Oh, yeah. I fucking work. Oh. Oh my god. Ow. Oh my god. Yeah. Ugh. Gross. Why? Don't. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? No. it.